Shabbat Shalom, Mark.
Shabbat Shalom, June.
Good morning, beautiful Sandra.
Good morning, beautiful Alishaba. How are you?
We're doing great, thank you.
Hey.
Hey, Roz.
How y'all doing today?
Doing fine.
That's
are you
good.
doing okay?
How you doing, Sandra? Hey. I can't hear you. Your mic is
sorry, my mic was off. Hi, good morning, beautiful sister. How are you?
Good morning, thank you. How are you doing, beautiful sister, too?
Glad and grateful as always.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's been a long week.
See, I'm separate. I believe different. I think it was just so short. It was just like that.
Yes. Yeah. It's short to get here, to the Shabbat.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of stuff that happened during this week.
In between. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I've got to where I'm hearing a lot of people, especially the older generation that I've been around the past week. They look at me and they say, "I just can't believe it's already almost the end of November. How did it get here?" I mean, it's just like yesterday, spring was here, and so it just seems like everything is just getting closer to the end. I mean, it's just but my mother, she was just she said, "I'm just amazed. I don't know, how did it get from March to November, just like that?" And so yeah, time is just moving extremely fast. Yeah.
He says that he'll do that. He'll quicken it.
Yes, he does. Hey, Miss Phyllis.
Hey.
Hello. How are you beautiful ladies doing today?
Wonderful. Thank you. And you, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing good. I'm healed. Yahuwah is healing me every day. I get better.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yes. Hallelujah. Well, I enjoyed the study in Ephesians last night.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Was that just, it's been a while since I've read that, but maybe I just read it without reading it. So, but it was just it was just beautiful. Just beautiful. Such a beautiful book, isn't it?
It is. I get so much out of it.
Yes.
So
full. Well, Joe is drinking him some coffee, and I don't see your coffee yet, Phyllis.
I'm waiting for my husband. Here, let me text him.
And he's eating him a piece of homemade pecan pie.
Oh, I think you might be shocked at this, Miss June, but we finished off all the.
Really? Wow.
We shared some with our son.
Okay, that's
okay.
Well,
we can do it just.
I made a new recipe, and I think Lou likes coconut. Do you like coconut?
No.
I was wondering about that because
he loved those coconut. He says, "These are mine."
Yeah.
I mean, these are mine. I said, okay.
Oh, well, I do have a coconut biscotti that I need to share with him because I like coconut, but I've never loved coconut. But I'm like, goodness, next time I make a batch of these, I've got to send Lou at least half of them because I'm over here eating the whole batch all by myself. But
I think I don't mind the coconut flavor. It's the full flavor. Like if there's real coconut in it and you bite into it, after you bite into it, it's got some kind of an aftertaste and texture. The combination, I just don't
yeah,
like it. It ruins it for me.
yeah, I understand that. So
But you know what? When I was a kid, and people would put raisins in oatmeal cookies, and I think they were chocolate chips, and I bite into it and think. And now I prefer the raisins over the chocolate chips.
I do too. I do like raisins, but back then when you're a kid, you don't want the raisins.
No,
Yeah. Oh wow.
I thought it was a mean trick to pull.
Oh, it was a mean trick.
What about you, Roz? You and Sandra, do you all bake?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
I used to. When I was raising my kids, I even made my own pie crust. And now I walk up to the stove and I say, I'm going to do it. And I walk her out and Lou says, what happened? I said, I can't do it. I cannot do it.
I made chicken and dumplings the other day.
Ooh, that sounds so good.
It
How do
was
you make
really
your
good.
dumplings?
Yeah.
How do you make your dumplings?
I'll have to send you the recipe.
No, don't. Just tell me how you make them. Do you make it from scratch or do you roll out the?
Well,
that's all I want to know.
It was a different recipe than I normally use. It was one that was by Good Eats that used to be on the Food Channel. I forget what his name is. But anyway, it was butter and flour, and I forget what else was in there. But it's very good, very tender, and very very easy. They're drop kind. They're not the roll up kind. I've done both. I've done the both other kind too.
Thank you, baby.
Good morning, JJ. Good to see
Hey,
you.
JJ. Thank you. I love you, honey.
I love you.
Hi, good morning.
Yes.
Sorry I look so blurry because I keep tape over my camera, and then every time I take it off, no matter how much I clean it, I look like a blur ball on here.
Got that residue going there.
Yeah. Let me try cleaning it a little better. Hold on a second.
I got these little things the other day that you can put on there to stop people from seeing you.
Really?
It opens up and closes up. I got to put it on there. But I know that they spy on us all the time. But that's what it is. Can y'all see? Yeah.
Wouldn't just a piece of cardboard work?
Yeah. But this stays on when you go out or when you're in.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's better, JJ.
Is it?
Yeah, I think you got some of it.
I used my breath. I did the.
You're a mess.
I know it.
Isn't that wonderful?
Love me.
I think Yahuwah gave us
You
that
can try
ability
alcohol.
on
Alcohol
purpose.
swab will get the tapey off. If you use alcohol on a Q-tip.
I know, but Sandra, it is a chore to get up in this loft, sister. Yes. I'm not going to lie. I'm being lazy and I'm not going to go down there and do all that.
Oh, you don't have to get up for that for now. I'm just saying for future
But
reference.
yeah.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
might have an alcohol pad, actually.
Yeah.
In my car.
I made some, I call them quiche cupcakes. It was lettuce, zucchini squash, and yellow squash with cilantro.
You turned your microphone off.
Lots of cheese and lots of eggs mixed together,
Yes.
and little carrots. And then I mix it and just put it in a little mini cupcake pan. And I've been eating too much of those. I got the rest in the freezer, but they are very convenient. It's like one meal, one shot.
Oh, it's everything you need.
Mhm.
Our son Adam made us a lamb stew for Sabbath today. We're heating it. It's heated up. I can't wait for him to bring it to me. But
Oh,
he
how
put
nice.
all that. He put I can't think. Put 4 different leeks and what is the other bulbous thing that looks like leeks, but it's bok choy and onions and something else. And I tell you, it's just chopped full. Oh, and garlic. He used a whole garlic
And I
because
use
garlic's so
boneless.
good for you.
I use boneless salmon, pink salmon, and I add slithered almonds to that. And I made turkey bacon chopped up in that, and it's just like one little meal.
Well,
Eggs are wonderful for us. It's like one whole little thing that gets everything to you. You know,
Yeah.
it's one of those things. It's actually better for you than a lot of the meat.
yeah, like that stew. And well, it would have been good even without the meat because bok choy is so chock full.
Yeah.
But did you all watch the emphasis last night? And what one particular thing did anybody get? Lou told me what he got out of it. There was one thing that Mark kept emphasizing, and that was how the difference between what Christians think works are compared to what we think works are. Anybody got an opinion about that? I'm trying to get a good grade from our teacher.
Well, it is true that we're immersed in paganism all around us, just like Ephesus. But to them, it was no big deal. Everybody did it, and that's kind of what you see here where we're at living today. Is everyone's just so immersed in the paganism and the things going on around them that they don't even notice that there's anything wrong. It's like, hey, this is the norm. And then when they see someone that's not the norm, it's like, well, why are you doing that? Or, why would you want to do that? Or why are you not doing what we're doing? That's what Joe just said. But, it's just, we are immersed in it. And I really feel like people don't realize how deep we are in that paganism. I was thinking when he was talking about the statues, I remember the first time that on television, I've never been to New York, but I remember the first time on television when they showed the skating rink and they had all those GODs up behind them. I was like, what are they doing? Why do they have it there? Why? I was just shocked. I just, but when you get out, it's everywhere, and you don't even have to go far before you're seeing something. I mean, my son, we went out with them and they took us to a restaurant and we walk in and I'm like, oh, no, I can't go in here. I can't go in here. I said that they've got an idol sitting right here in the middle of the restaurant. There's just no way, just no way. But it was just insane.
Well, it's a good thing idols are nothing because we're surrounded by them. And if they had any power whatsoever, we would be in big trouble.
Well, they worship every idol except for the unknown one to them. So that's where we come in at. So be ready. We have to be ready.
Yeah, you can use these things for a teaching moment, can't you? Like if you can, Lou likes to teach everybody about how the tree things, the symbols of what's on the tree, sometimes it's effective and sometimes I feel like that fell on deaf ears.
Like the word idle, there's also the word idle for when your vehicle idles. So we can actually put that analogy to what an idle does. It makes us go slower. Anybody ever made gumbo? It's really not hard. I made a from scratch a okra gumbo, okra and tomato gumbo, because okra makes it thicker. That's what the thickening agent is. And okra is so wonderful for you. It's good for the heart. It's good for the if you have the flu or something. There was a virus going my family had this week. I haven't gotten it because I do my natural remedies and stuff. And
My parents used to eat just tomatoes and okra.
yeah, and onions and garlic. Yeah, that's a basis for it. But that's one of my favorite things. And of course, I didn't put any shrimp or that kind of thing in there.
Well, you have to put the rice in to make it real gumbo.
Not in it. Never put it in there.
No?
It's what goes on. You know, you put it. It's
Oh, like a sauce?
yeah. The gumbo is like a soup that you put on the rice. Put it that way. Yeah. So, but there's a lot of different kinds of gumbo. When I was in Pennsylvania, I made my own the sausage that goes in there. It was only turkey and beef and chicken that I made it out of, and andouille, because normally that's just pure pork.
Is that your lamb stew?
That's my lamb stew. Potatoes and carrots, and I forgot those.
Well, I say he's keeping that fifth commandment.
He sure is. In fact, he said, I was thanking him I said, you take such good care of your parents. And he says, I'm keeping the commandments. But he wasn't rubbing it in. He was just happy about it.
That's great love.
I tell you, we each tell each other, you're the love of my life.
If I say something like that to my son, I get, ew, Mom, that's so creepy.
Don't worry about it. Yahuwah will open his eyes soon so that he can see.
Actually, Miss Sandra, he's actually coming around. I went over and I made amends with my daughter-in-law yesterday, and I actually spent like the whole day with her. Went and had lunch. It was I didn't get any of my preparation done, but I don't care. I will starve all weekend. I don't care. It was so worth it to just be with her. And it was just like we picked right back up where we left off. And it was the longest 34 days of my life. I know June was just talking about how time was going by so fast, but when one of your children aren't speaking to you, it's like, have you seen those videos where it's like been a parents being overly dramatic and they're rolling themselves down the stairs saying it's been 20 hours or 20 days and 16 hours or something like that since they, June, I saw that face. But yeah, it's just like, I just feel like it takes forever sometimes for them to, but I'm really grateful for them coming back and they're being so loving and so understanding. So very bruised.
Because forgiveness is one of his works that we can enjoy along with belief. Hallelujah.
Yes.
That's a great one.
Yes.
It's a great work.
Very, very blessed.
And how many times do we forgive? As many times as it takes.
And I had wrote that in a card that I had given them, like, the verses about forgiveness and the 70 times 7 and infinite, I just tried, and it worked, and I gave them their space and they gave me my space, and it was perfect. Worked out great.
You said it was 34 days or 43 days?
Yeah, we didn't speak for 34 days, and it was a very long 34 days. And then I didn't talk to my son for, I think it was a total of 9, and that was very long. She's just my daughter-in-law, but to me, she's carrying my grandson, and that disconnect was not working for me because this is my first grandchild, and I was like, I have to do whatever it takes to fix this. So I did, and it's like we all kind of are under this one understanding now, and I feel really safe and secure in my relationship, and I just am really happy, and I just have to accept them and love them through, their earthliness and fleshness, but I'm just here for all of it. I'm really excited to be a grandma, So excited.
That's amazing, JJ. I can't imagine.
And
I saw that, Joe.
We were talking about, whoa, Joe, I can't see you. What's all this going on right here? Oh, it's November. I didn't know if you were trying to keep yourself warm. But yeah, it was really nice to sit there and talk about the baby and how I'm going to get him and get to watch him. And I have to get my own base for my car. And I'm like, oh my, this is really happening. He's going to be in my life. And I'm just so blessed. So very, very blessed.
She doesn't know how blessed she is too to have you, JJ.
I think she does. She really does, because she did say, she's like, it was really hard and it was hurting her too, and that she missed me a lot. But I understand the stress a lot, the accumulation of stress during a pregnancy. But she did say that I'm their closest resource, and I am the only biological grandmother. So she doesn't want to keep me anywhere away from that baby at all. And I just love her. I just love her.
He's a flasher. Shabbat shalom, everybody.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
All righty. All right, time to get started here. We have
You want to read, Lou?
Genesis 37. Talk about Joseph now. So, yeah. This would be a good one. Who would like to get us started with chapter 37? Go ahead, June.
And Jacob dwelt in the land of his father's sojournings in the land of Canaan. This is the genealogy of Jacob. Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding the flock with his brothers. And I think I hear Phyllis. I think you don't have your mic muted, Phyllis. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
All right. And the young man was with the sons of Bilhah and the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives. And Joseph brought an evil report of them to his father. And Israel loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age. And he made him a colorful tunic. But when his brothers saw that their father loved him more than all his brothers, they hated him and were not able to speak peaceably to him. And Joseph dreamed a dream and told it to his brothers. So they hated him even more.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so here Joseph is the youngest in everything, which is understandable. The baby usually gets the attention of not only the parents but all the other older siblings as well. In most families, the baby pretty much spoiled. But was it fair? I mean, do you think Jacob had a little bit to do with all this by favoring his son to the point where his other children knew that he loved him more than all of them? Is that something that parents should do? Roz?
It is a form of idolatry that he did.
Oh, it is,
idolizing his son.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. So, to a certain degree, it is. Big families usually kind of have that problem because by the time the little ones come along, the older ones are already pretty much grown up. And so once your children grow up to, say, adulthood, young adults, you don't really baby them like you did when they were little, toddlers and stuff like that, right? So you kind of lose, I don't want to say interest in them, but you surely don't, kiss on them and love on them and all this kind of stuff like you do the younger children. So possibly if the older kids and the middle-aged kids are the ones that really get the shaft the most, really. And see all this going on with the youngest one, it can provoke them to some type of jealousy or hatred toward that younger sibling. And so the parent is really, rather than showing more love or expressing that they love the youngest child the most, should take control of that situation and try not to let that happen. Right? So do you think that Jacob caused a lot of this problems with Joseph had? I mean, kind of like boomerang back. Go ahead, Roz.
Well, with that situation, what I've always felt was that, because it doesn't really speak of him doing that, like cuddling his other children. They go from there to having him, and then because it's Rachel's, he puts him up on a pedestal and, sees him in a different light. That's how I've always felt about it when I read the book. And that's what put the nose out of joint for the other siblings, because he was being put in front of them, and because of Rachel. And, so it's never good to do that kind of thing at all.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he showed much more love for Rachel over Leah, right? And so I guess he didn't mind expressing who his favorites were in a way, even with his children, his wives and his children.
It could be that he never really was accepting them as the children, because, and I've seen that with families, where they will they'll dote onto one and leave the other ones. But like you said, it could be because he took his unlove of Leah and put that unlove onto his children too.
Yeah.
And then maybe he was taught about it when he lost Joseph, about when you lose something, when you idolize it, it can go away. And anyway, that's all, I think, inclusive of because of those two sisters and the lack of love for Leo.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's very interesting here. What happens, it comes out of all this as we continue to read this. But yeah, to me, going back to Jacob again, he seems to just keeps getting himself in one predicament after another, doesn't he? It's totally amazing, really. Go ahead, Phyllis.
My biggest concern with is that the boys' total lack of concern for their parents. That they would hate Joseph that much. I don't know. That doesn't sound right.
Raj?
We haven't gotten into it, but if you look at what they offered for or it was a goat, which goats are sin offerings. And so that's something that always stood out to me, was that they used that. They didn't choose a lamb, they chose a goat.
Yeah. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on this? Okay, let's continue on to see what happens here.
Chapter 37, verse 6. And he said to them, please listen to this dream which I have dreamed. See, we were binding sheaves in the midst of the field, and see, my sheaf rose up and also stood up, and see, your sheaves stood all around and bowed down to my sheaf. And his brothers said to him, shall you indeed reign over us? Shall you indeed rule over us? So they hated him even more for his dreams and his words. And he dreamed still another dream and related it to his brothers and said, see, I have dreamed another dream, and see, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars bowed down to me. And he related it to his father and his brothers. And his father rebuked him and said to him, what is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall we, your mother and I and your brothers, indeed come to bow down to the Arets before you?
Okay, stop. Okay, so this is I don't know, man. Look, the Hebrew did their astrology too. Okay, I mean they were a sea-bearing nation. They were able to navigate by using stars across the Mediterranean and around the world, really. And so they were very good at cataloging star formations and be able to manipulate by using these things. But I got, there's a lot of paganism going around about the sun, of course. And like June was saying, you go into a restaurant and they got this big sun on the wall or something with the straight points and then the wiggly point and then a straight point and a wiggly point, meaning male and female type thing. But and this paganism religions, they use the sun as the father, the moon is the mother, and say the stars are their offspring, right? And it makes you wonder if this is where, they got that from. And this dream of Joseph's here. So obviously the sun would be Jacob and the moon would be his mother, and the 11 stars were his brothers. And so the father, the mother, and the children, the stars, seems to create an opportunity for somebody to use their imagination, come up with some type of false religion based on Joseph's dream here. Do y'all think that that's what's going on here? And why? And if so, why? Why would you allow something like that? Go ahead, Jim.
Well, what I noticed was how they've got the mother in there, but she's dead. So his mother's gone. And that it clearly says his 11 brothers are there. So that was what I noticed right away. I'm like, why is he saying this about his mother? So that threw me for a loop.
Yeah, well, it could be, referring to Jacob's other wives would be his mother, right? I think back in this time, they were very stern with that, because the husband could have 12 wives. Well, all the wives were considered their mothers, and so and the brothers, even though they were half, like they all had the same dad but different mothers, were still considered full-blooded brothers. And there was no difference in the inheritance, other than the firstborn. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I'm thinking it's not so much that the paganism influenced his dream as Yahuwah was giving him that dream, because it's obviously a prophecy. And I believe Yahuwah gave him that dream in terms that he would understand because of the paganism of the land.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Who would be the one that influenced this deception or twisting of this dream? Who would be the one that would cause the influence? Roz?
Would it be the father, Yahuwah? Because everything comes out into his esteem.
Well, ultimately, yes, but he uses other creatures to perform his will, generally speaking. And so Satan would get a hold of this and twist it and spin it to use as a way to mislead people. Mm-hmm. Get them worshiping the sun, the moon, and the stars, right? Instead of Yahuwah. I mean, people seem to be easily influenced. You know what I'm saying? It almost just, it's so bad that almost just a mere suggestion causes them to act, in a foul way. Just by suggesting it to them, they act on it. And so the human mind just seems to be very influential to me. And people know this. They use it to their advantage. Salesmen, business owners, they use it to their advantage. They know that just by suggesting something that they can get at least half of the people to jump. Go ahead, Chance.
I was thinking about that, Mark, is their lives aren't built on any foundation of rock. So anything shakes them, you know what I mean? And they're able to be moved around and swayed by every wind of teaching because they don't have that sturdy foundation, the rock. They haven't built their house on that rock.
So what are the sheaves? So you go back up here and it says that their sheaves all bow down to his sheaf. What's that? What's he talking about? Roz?
That's the grain. That,
Yeah, but
that,
what's the vision?
that they are all going to be bowing down to him. That the sheaves are representing, because they're all in bundles, representing a person for each one, and that everybody would be bowing down to him. But getting back to the sun, the moon, and the stars, I never saw it as that. I just saw it as a representation of it, not as a religion, not as anything but like as if I said, like a bottle. This bottle represents something. That's what the sun and the moon and the stars were. It never represented to me a religion. I never looked at it in that kind of a way. I just looked at it as an analogy with it.
Well, that's good. That's a good thing. A lot of people do. I mean, it came from somewhere, because a lot of people are worshiping the sun, the moon, and the stars. If you go into a lot of different places, and you see a crescent moon with 3 stars, what is that telling you? What is that? Well, go ahead, Phyllis.
Crescent and 3 stars is usually a symbol of Muslim, Islam. But my idea of the sheaves was that it was like an offering, because they talk about bringing the sheaves to the storehouse, and you also make the offering. So it looked to me like all the grain offerings were bowing down to him, as if he was the one collecting the sheaves into the storehouse.
It was a future foretelling of it.
Well, I think back then, when they would go out and they would harvest, they would take the wheat or whatever, and they would bring it with their arms like this, and they would get a big bundle of it, and they would set it up and then tie a string around the middle of it, and it would look, this would be a bale, like hay or whatever, wheat, and that's what he was talking about. Because you ever notice those kind of look like a human a little bit, when they wrap around the middle and it's expanded at the top and the bottom, and it sets up straight, keeps it from getting wet and moldy and stuff like that. And so I think this is the vision that he was saying here. Now there is a waving of the sheaf where they take it and they make it look like a fan or something, and they wave it, by hand. But even that, they would tie it and make a stem, and then the expansion on the end, and they would wave it. It would still be similar to the big sheaf when they would be doing the harvest. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's what he was seeing here in this dream. And I don't even want to share screen it, but there's symbols with the sun and the crescent moon, like on the side of the sun, and then 3 stars or whatever around there. And this projecting the father, the mother, and the children through this astrology stuff, man. It's everywhere. I see it everywhere, especially in Mexican restaurants. I see it a lot. So, just every which way you can think of, this is expressed. And like I say, I just wonder. I know sun worship was around way before Joseph. I'd say humans have been worshiping the sun, the moon, and the stars probably very early on, even before the flood, because they were very evil before the deluge came, and so I imagine they were big time into paganism and idolatry before the flood. since the world was so evil. I'm sure they were worshiping the sun, the moon, and the stars too. But I'm saying in more modern times, religious sects seem to use the sun and the moon and the stars as objects of worship. And I'm just wondering, do you think this had some type of influence over developing that religion? There's people, look, Paul warned the assembly in Ephesus that this was going to happen. He warned them that when he left, people would arise from within their assembly and create false teaching and lead many people astray within the assembly. They would influence them to stop reading scripture and worshiping Yahuwah and follow them and what they were teaching. And this is what people do. They're spin doctors. They take something like this, they twist it, they spin it, and make some type of weird doctrine out of it, and they throw it out there, and the human beings are so influential that they follow this false teaching and see it as some type of a religious act, ritual. Why is it human beings insist on being in a religion to worship Yahuwah? They have to be you have to be a religion, or you're not allowed to worship him. Why is that? Chance?
Perhaps we were created to serve. You're going to serve somebody, life or death, good or evil. We weren't, we're the created. We're not the creator. You know what I mean? So it's like you're going to end up serving somebody because it's just within. So, hey, Mark, I had a thought come to me. So with these sheaves, do you think this has to do with something about him going to Natsarim with the dry out of food? I don't want to jump out ahead, but it seems like he's the last one with the food, and all the other sheaves bow down to him. So it's kind of like a foreshadow of the future coming, where he's going to Egypt, and all his sons or all his brothers are going to bow down to him because he's the one that's in control of the food.
Yeah, man. It can be a prophetic vision for sure. Yeah. Absolutely. That's a good observation. Go ahead, Oz.
Yeah, I wanna I wasn't gonna answer what you asked, but there is such a line of study that is called biblical astronomy. So that does exist. There is groups that actually study the signs and wonders that happen in the sky that are totally unrelated to paganism and the zodiac signs or any of that. But there is actually a line of biblical astronomy that exists within, certain groups that they focus just simply in studying the patterns of the sky and the patterns of the stars that are meant to give us the signs, right? So not to I don't know, not to always put it like they're always pagans out there who are just there's a lot of people in biblical groups that actually study the sky, and I think it's important because he said, you will see the signs and the wonders from there, from the stars. Just wanted to point that out. Appointed times.
Yeah, and there's clean or basic study of star charting, okay, cataloging patterns in order to navigate. And then if you step over the boundary of that, then astrology becomes divination. Okay, it is expressly forbidden in Scripture big time to cross that line. So we've got to be extremely careful. Go ahead, Roz.
I looked up and it says that Muslim religion didn't come to be till the 7th century CE. So that would have been a lot. That's a long length of time from when what that's being talked about now in this scripture to when it was actually formed.
That's right.
And then also, I didn't get it. I know that there's a scripture, and I think it's in Revelation, where it says that the signs and wonders in the sky are looked at more by the Gentiles than what it is by the children. You know, I'm not saying it verbatim or anything, but it's something like that, going along those terms.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I mean, like I said, in more recent modern times, okay, they've created religions based on sun, moon, stars, and Islam is actually one of them. They are moon worshipers. Oz, you got a BYNV there, man? Go to Deuteronomy 4 and 4:15 through 19 and read that for us. But I'll come right back to you. Just look it up. Go ahead, Chance.
It's so crazy that you said that because I'm right here at Deuterometry. I just flipped to it.
Okay.
You know, so I don't know. You already did it. You just did it for me. I flipped to it. I was the sun, the moon, and the stars, and the host of the Shamayim. I just flipped to it. I was just going to read it, but.
Yeah, let's let Oz read it. You get there yet, Oz? Page 201.
What verse you say?
Chapter 4, started with verse 15 through 19. Read that.
15. Therefore, diligently guard yourselves, for you saw no form when Yahuwah spoke to you at Koreb out of the midst of fire. Lest you shall do corruptly, and shall make for yourselves a carved image in the form of any figure, the likeness of male or female, the likeness of any beast that is on the arets, or the likeness of any winged birds that flies in the Shamayim, the likeness of any creature that creeps on the ground, or the likeness of any fish that is in the water under the arets, unless you lift up your eyes to the Shamayim, and shall see the sun, the moon, and the stars, and all the host of the Shamayim, and you be drawn away into bowing down to them, and serving them, which Yahuwah your Elohim has allotted to all the people under all the Shamayim.
So there you go. So you see the fine line?
Oh, no, absolutely. I think there is a super fine line with this, but I still believe that there is such a line of study that, you know, to study the appointed times. There's people out there who do it without falling into worshiping. You know, you worship Yahuwah, and you're not worshiping the stars or any of the hosts of the Shamayim. But you cannot tell me by looking at the sky that, you know, it makes you wonder, you know, how can there be so many stars out there, and how everything just moves in such a perfect time, in such a perfect cycle that is just, you know, and it's not, I mean, the other day was like super clear, the sky up here, and we're like at the south of the island. So we don't have like them. We have a very dark skies here. It's just impossible not to, like, you know, really wonder how this works and how he really places these appointed times. Like the last full moon, I don't know, I think they call it the beaver moon or the hunter's moon. I can't remember how they call it, you know. And it's like, it's just like, you know, it's beautiful. And it really makes you wonder a lot of things, you know. Like he speaks about those things in scripture. So yeah, I get it. Don't fall into, you know, worshiping any of those things. But, you know, there is such a thing. There are people that are studying.
Okay. I need somebody else to read Isaiah 47. Let's say 10. Isaiah 47:10. Probably down to the end of that chapter. Who wants to do that? Joe, go ahead.
I've got it. And you have trusted in your evil. You have said, no one sees me. Your wisdom and your knowledge have led you astray. And you have said in your heart, I am, and there is none but me. But evil shall come upon you, you not knowing from where it arises, and trouble fall upon you, being unable to put it off, and ruin come upon you suddenly, which you know not. Stand now with your potent spells and your many witchcrafts, in which you have labored from your youth. If so, be you are able to profit. If so, be you find strength. You are exhausted by your many counsels. Let the astrologers, the stargazers, and those who prognosticate by the new moon stand up and save you from what is coming upon you. See, they shall be as stubble. Fire shall burn them. They do not deliver them from the of the foot. There is not to be warmed by, nor a fire to sit before it. So they shall be to you with whom you have labored, your merchants from your youth. They shall wander each one at his own way. There is none to save you.
Okay, so that's extremely powerful. You're exhausted by your many counsels. Let the astrologers, stargazers, and those who prognostic, I can't talk. By the new moon, stand up and save you from what is coming. So, in other words, let those things save you from the wrath of Yahuwah. They're not going to, right? And so Yahuwah's being a little bit sarcastic here, but man, you're laying it on the line. Okay, so go to Jeremiah 10. Need somebody to read this one. Jeremiah 10. Probably 1 through 5. Who wants to do that? Go ahead, Joe.
Hear the word which Yahuwah speaks to you, O house of Israel. Thus said Yahuwah, do not learn the way of the Gentiles, and do not be awed by the signs of the Nazarene, for the Gentiles are awed by them. For the prescribed customs of these peoples are worthless. For one cuts a tree from the forest, work for the hands of a craftsman with a cutting tool. They adorn it with silver and gold. They fasten it with nails and hammers so that it does not topple. They are like a rounded post, and they do not speak. They have to be carried because they do not walk. Do not be afraid of them, for they do no evil, nor is it in them to do any good. There is none like you, O Yahuwah. You are great, and great is your name in might. Who would not fear you, O sovereign of the nations? For this is your due. For among all the wise men of the nations, and in all their reigns, there is none like you. They are both brutish and foolish, talk of worthless ones made of wood. Silver is beaten into plates. It is brought from Tarshish, and gold from Uphaz, the work of the craftsmen of the hands of the smith. Draped in blue and purple, all of them are the work of skilled ones. But Yahuwah is truly Elohim. He is the living Elohim and the everlasting sovereign. At his wrath the Eretz shakes, and the nations are unable to stand his displeasure. Say to them this, the Allah that did not make the Shemarim, and the Eretz shall perish from the Eretz, and from under these Shemarim.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, let's go to Daniel 4 now. Daniel 4, page 897. Who wants to read this one? Probably go from 5. 7. 5, 6, and 7. Who wants to read that? Go ahead, Sandra.
I saw a dream and it frightened me, and thoughts on my bed and the visions of my head alarmed me. So I issued a decree to bring all the wise ones of Babel before me to make known to me the interpretation of the dream. So the magicians, the astrologers, the Chaldeans, and the diviners came in, and I related the dream to them, but its interpretation they did not make known to me.
Okay. All right. So we can see that if there's a fine line, and to cross that is highly forbidden by Torah. Okay. Highly forbidden. It's why everything's going to be destroyed, matter of fact. But to go on the other side of the line, the Hebrew were expert astrologers. They traveled the seas, okay, and they used star charts to do so, okay. And they traveled the Mediterranean coastlines, and they, a lot of them did. Egypt, for example, was a significant center for astrology and astronomy. Okay, and it attracted a lot of different cultures and scholars to Egypt so they could learn how to do this by the Egyptians. Babylon, the Babylonians were also known for their advanced astrology practices, weren't they? I mean, that's where the three magicians came from, right? That's where Daniel was trapped at, right? And so the Hebrew astrologers often went into up into Babylon, and sought knowledge there on how to, they learned about astrology and astronomy there. Okay. And even Daniel did. When he was there. And then you have the Phoenician ports, which was way north on the coastline of ancient Israel, on the Mediterranean Sea. And these were a lot of these seaports up around the Phoenician area were trade routes. And then through these ports, they facilitated in cultural exchanges. Many merchants went there, and they would also teach astrology practices there as well, because it was a huge seaports through there. And then you had all those Greek islands. Look at how many Greek islands. And so interaction with the Greek philosophers and the astrologers up there in Greece influenced the Hebrew astrological practices as well. Okay, and so Rome, which was considered the hub of knowledge, the Ephesus was the hub of paganism, while Rome was considered the hub of knowledge of the world back then. And so many people traveled to Rome and studied and shared astrological wisdom and astronomy practices in Rome as well. And so the entire ancient world they didn't have radar and compasses and stuff. And so, they had to navigate through the use of the sun, moon, and stars. But the problem is they crossed the line. Okay, and they started worshiping these things. And there's where the problem lies. So in modern times, in our time, science has basically rejected the validity of astrology. And so have the Hebrew, really. But a lot of people continue to defend pro-astrology. They even create horoscopes saying that people, when you're born, your entire life is mapped out in the stars. I mean, that's really crossing the line when you start talking about horoscopes and birthdays. That takes it to a whole new level, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Look at Romans. Go to Romans 1. Go ahead, Ross.
I just wanted to say, do you remember in the 70s or the maybe late 60s, they had a boat, was it the Pitcairn that they talked about, that they built, and it was from reeds, and they did it and they traveled without any modern day tools or anything. You remember that?
No, say that again.
It was a boat that they made, like the ancient boats were made, and like reeds. It was out of reeds, you know, that they had big bundles, and then they strapped them all together, and it was this ship that they made. And then they traveled from the first one, I think, took on water and sank. Then the second one that they made actually made it to the place, but the whole thing was to show how ancient sailors would have used the stars and everything to navigate to be able to go to a place. Do you remember that?
Yes,
I can't find it.
I can't. I just basically hear, remember it just slightly, but yeah, I mean, they also knew how to catch certain currents, and they would jump into that current, and the current would take them to a certain destination, so they knew how to find these currents as well. And that helped them do that as well. But let me see. This is extremely crazy. Who wants to read this one? Romans 1. JJ? All right. Go to Romans 1, start at verse 16, and read out through the rest of that chapter. Listen real close to this, man.
Okay, Romans 1, verse 16. For I am not ashamed of the Basora of Mashiach, for it is the power of Yahuwah of deliverance to everyone who believes, to the Yehuda first, and also to the Greek. For in it the righteousness of Yahuwah is revealed from belief to belief, as it has been written, but the righteous shall live by belief. For the wrath of Yahuwah is revealed from the heaven against all wickedness and unrighteousness of men, who suppress the truth in unrighteousness, because that which is known of Yahuwah is manifest among men, among them, for Yahuwah has manifested it to them. For since the creation of the world, his invisible qualities have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made, both his everlasting power and mightiness, for them to be without excuse, because although they knew Yahuwah, they did not esteem him as Yahuwah, nor gave thanks, but became vain in their reasonings, and their undiscerning heart was darkened. Claiming to be wise, they became fools, and changed the esteem of the incorruptible Yahuwah into the likeness of an image of corruptible man. Sounds like today. And of birds, and of four-footed beasts, and of reptiles. Therefore, Yahuwah gave them up to uncleanness in the lust of their hearts, to disrespect their bodies among one another, who changed the truth of Yahuwah into the falsehood, and worshipped and served what was created rather than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. Because of this, Yahuwah gave them over to degrading passions, for even their women exchange conventional relations for what is against convention. And likewise, the men also, having left conventional relations with women, burned in their lust for one another, men with men, committing indecency and receiving in return the penalty which was due for their straying. And even as they did not think it worthwhile to possess the knowledge of Yahuwah, Yahuwah gave them over to a reprobate mind, to do what is improper, having been filled with all wickedness, whoring, wickedness, grief, or greed, evil, filled with envy, murder, fighting, deceit, evil, habits, whisperers, slanderers, haters of Yahuwah, insolent, proud, boasters, devisers of evils, disobedient to parents, without discernment, covenant breakers, unloving, unforgiving, ruthless, who, though they know the righteousness of Yahuwah, that those who practice such deserve death, not only do the same, but also approve of those who practice them.
Okay. So, here they're turning away from the Creator and worshiping creation. And this is why he put the plague on them that he did. And this is also why everything is going to be destroyed by fire. Because everything you can possibly think of or say, they've worshiped. And you would say, okay, everything is going to be destroyed by fire because even the heavens, because they're worshiping it. That's why he's destroying everything. Nothing will remain. Not even you won't even remember it. It'll be destroyed, utterly destroyed. Well, there won't even be a memory of it because people are worshiping them. That's why. So I don't know. I mean, I guess we can all see it. I don't know. Maybe this influenced people. This Joseph's dreaming, worshiping the heavenly host, if you will, and maybe it didn't, but it sure seems more than just coincidental to me. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on this? Go ahead, Jim.
I thought it was interesting that they didn't have to have someone to come tell them what these dreams meant, that they knew that interpretation when they heard it. And the sheaves, you had asked about the sheaves. I believe that is not standing for just each son, but their whole tribe that they're going to be with. That's why they're all bundled up. So it's going to be their sons, their daughters, their wives, and everyone all sheaved together for each to represent each whole tribe is going to be bowing down to him when they get into Egypt.
That's some good stuff, man. That came from the Ruach for sure. All right. Anybody else? Okay. Let's continue on now.
You know, when Yahusha gives things like that, I feel his presence burning inside. And sometimes I want to fight against it and say, well, you know, they won't be interested in that. And he says, I am Yahuwah. Say it. So there you have it. All esteem to him. Chapter 37, verse 11. And his brothers envied him, but his father guarded the word. And his brothers went to feed their father's flock in Shechem. And Israel said to Joseph, are not your brothers feeding the flock in Shechem? Come, I send you to them. So he said to him, here I am. And he said to him, please go and see if it is well with your brothers and well with the sheep, and bring back word to me. So he sent him out of the valley of Kidron, and he went to Shechem. And a certain man found him, and see, he was wandering in the field. And the man asked him, saying, what do you seek? And he said, I am seeking my brothers. Please inform me where they are feeding their sheep. And the man said, they have left here, for I heard them say, let us go towards Dothan. So Joseph went after his brothers and found them in Dothan. And they saw him from a distance. And before he came near them, they plotted against him to kill him. And they said to each other, "See, this master of dreams is coming. Now then, come and let us now kill him and throw him into some pit, and shall say, some wild beast has devoured him. Let us then see what comes of his dreams." But Reuben heard and rescued him from their hands and said, "Let us not take his life." And Reuben said to them, "Shed no blood. Throw him into this pit, which is in the wilderness, and do not lay a hand on him, in order to rescue him out of their hands and bring him back to his father." So it came to be, when Joseph had come to his brothers, that they stripped Joseph of his tunic, the colorful tunic which was on him. And they took him, and they threw him into a pit, and the pit was empty. There was no water in it. And they sat down to eat a meal. And they lifted their eyes and looked, and saw a company of Ishmaelites coming from Gilead with their camels, bearing spices and balm and myrrh, going to take them down to Mitzrayim. And Yehudah said to his brothers, "What would we gain if we killed our brother and conceal his blood? Come and let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and let not our hand be upon him, for he is our brother, our flesh." And his brothers listened. And men, Midianite traders, passed by. So they pulled Joseph up and lifted him out of the pit and sold him to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver. And they took Joseph to Mitzrayim. And Reuben returned to the pit, and see, Joseph was not in the pit, and he tore his garments. And he returned to his brothers and said, "The boy is gone, and where am I to go?" So they took Joseph's tunic, killed a male goat, and dipped the tunic in the blood, and took the colorful tunic and brought it to their father and said, "We have found this. Please look. Is it the tunic of your son or not?" And he recognized it and said, "It is my son's tunic. An evil beast has devoured him. Joseph is torn to pieces." And Jacob tore his garments and put sackcloth on his waist and mourned for his son many yeomen. And all his sons and all his daughters arose to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. And he said, "Now let me go down into the grave to my son in mourning." So his father wept for him. And the Midianites had sold him in Mitzrayim to Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh and captain of the guard.
All right, thanks, Jim. Okay, so wow, huh? Anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions on this, Phyllis?
I was thinking, we were asking why could Joseph remember his dreams so clearly, and why would he tell his brothers these things? I think it was all a plan to turn the brothers against him and cause him to do this, because he had bigger plans for Joseph. Because this is the way of Yahuwah. Everything works to his good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the sacrifice of one is the, deliverance of many, right? Go ahead, Roz.
I was also thinking about Yaakov, that the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree that his sons did to him with the treachery about lying about his son Joseph being gone and killed by animals. That was a
Right.
horrible fib to tell.
Right. Correct. Yeah. Yeah. It's, I just, yeah. Jacob's a mess. He's caused a lot of problems. Okay. So by throwing him into the pit, okay, and they all wanted to kill him. And it doesn't sound like Reuben was such a bad guy. I mean, he did have an affair with his father's concubine, but he didn't want to kill his brother. And it's kind of amazing to me that they were all willing to kill their brother. I mean, just because he had a dream. But and they believed the dream for sure. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so mad about it. And amazing that they sold him to the Ishmaelites as well. Is kind of an amazing thing for 20 pieces of silver. But look what they did to their father. Look at the anguish, the suffering that the dad was doing over the loss of this young man. And they just sat there and watched him suffer to that degree, knowing that they had lied like that. What a deceiving act here. But is Jacob getting what he deserves for what he did to his brother Esau? What do y'all think about the tunic of many colors dipped in goat's blood? Is there some type of spiritual connection there? Anybody? Phyllis?
As someone said earlier, goat's blood has been an offering for sin.
June?
I think this coat of many colors is a foreshadow of the nations that's going to come out of Joseph from Ephraim and Manasseh. And then they're going to be brought back and they're going to be delivered by the blood of Yahusha if they accept him. So that's how I see that.
Yeah, that's good. Anybody else? Okay, so we had a sin offering, which was a sheep, right? A lamb, right? Then we had the goat. My mind's slipping this morning. What was the goat called? The
Scapegoat.
The scapegoat. Yeah. And so you had the scapegoat, okay, which there was two of them. Okay, one they killed and sacrificed, and the other they tied a red ribbon around it and sent it out, and a strong man took it to the wilderness and let it loose, right? And then they say that red ribbon, turned white. And it did so for a long time up to a certain point. And then it never turned white again. Does anybody know what that point is? Go ahead, Ross.
I was going to say something about the coat of many colors. I think it's about the Exodus as well, of coming out, because it was a lot of people coming out of there that were not just Hebrews. There were Gentiles and Egyptians and that were Gentiles and all of that. So I think, and that was all together. And in my mind, I've always seen it as stripes in the jacket, the coat, not like patches. I've seen, shows that had it as a patchwork, but I think it was stripes, and the stripes represented also like what Yahusha did, the stripes that he got.
Yeah, I've always seen it as horizontal, 12, like in the 12 tribes, 12 different colors. Yeah, that's just the way my mind has always seen it. But Yeah, with the dipping of the blood in the goat's
Mhm.
blood there, is absolutely. We can link that back to the different nations coming out of Mitzrayim, with Moses, or even looking at it as the 12 tribes, right, having their sins removed as well by the scapegoat. Did not Yahusha become our scapegoat as well as our sacrificial lamb? He absolutely did. And so, I think this could, we could see this both ways here. Go ahead, Phyllis.
You asked when did supposedly the ribbon quit coming back white, and that was after Yahusha's death.
Correct. So after the death of the Messiah, that ribbon never turned white again. Okay. What do y'all think the indication of being thrown in a pit and then sold to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver means? What do you think that's? Is there any spiritual insight behind that, attached to that? Ross?
The pit would represent like darkness,
Mm-hmm.
or
Mm-hmm.
the pit represents having to do with Satan, kind of, like they threw him away as trash.
Mm-hmm. All right, and so bringing him up out of the pit of darkness, out of the world, we'll just say, and sold to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver. What do you think that? If that was 30 pieces of silver, we'd be all putting our hands up real quick, wouldn't we? So what do you think the 20 pieces of silver indicate with the Ishmaelites here? What do you think that's talking about? Remember when we were talking about the secret prophecies of Yahuwah and what, say, 440, 400, 4,000 all indicate? Remember that? So what would this 20 pieces of silver be? So there's some type of significance to it. There has to be. So we have Isaac and Ishmael, which would be indication of Jerusalem and Mount Sinai, or the free and the bond, or the set apart and the Gentiles, we'll say. And so for 20 pieces of silver, could this be giving us some type of indication that the time or the age of the Gentiles is 2,000 year period? Then the door closes. Since Ishmaelites represents the Gentiles, and so maybe where Scripture says that he left them; they're partially blind until the time of the Gentiles has come in. Is this telling us the time of the Gentiles is 2,000 years long? How many years after the death of Yahusha is there before his second coming? 2,000 years. He died a year at the end of the year 4000. So he'll be back in 2,000 years. 2 days later, he'll be back. How do we know that? There's prophecy. Hosea 6 prophecy for one. Go to Hosea 6. See the prophecy yourself. So Hosea 6, 1 and 2 is your prophecy. Come and let us turn back to Yahuwah, for he has torn, but he does heal us. He is stricken, but he binds us up. That means he's going to punish you. You're going to be punished. And then, but he will deliver you. But just because he's chosen you doesn't mean that you're going to escape all the punishment for your sins. You're still going to be punished. And then 2 says, after 2 days, which is 2,000 years, he shall revive us. And on the third Yom, he shall raise us up so that we live before him. And so this is pretty clear. 2,000 years, that's it. He comes back. And then at the beginning of the 7th millennium or the third Yom, the resurrection happens and they live before him. First resurrection, I should say. So there it is. So 2,000 years, time of the Gentiles. Meaning what? What does that mean? There won't be any Gentiles in the millennium reign? Is that what that means? What does it mean? Time of the end of the time of the Gentiles. I mean, that's all in Romans 11, right? So we go to Romans 11. It says somewhere in there. Anybody see it? It's in there somewhere, I'm pretty sure. I like 11:3. I mean, it's pretty powerful. You, they have killed your prophets and overthrown your altars, and I alone am left, and they seek my life. But what does the answer of Yahuwah say to him? I have left from myself 7,000 men who have not bowed the knee to Baal. 7,000? Wow. That's the same amount of time allocated for this world. The new and the restored earth. The old earth and the restored earth. Maybe it's not in 11. I thought it was. Where is that? Anybody find it yet?
Is that the one you're talking about? Verse 25?
What?
For I do not wish you to be, verse 25, for I do not wish you to be ignorant of this secret, brothers, lest you should be wise in your own estimation, that hardening in part has come over Yisrael until the entirety of the nations has come in.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
And it's also in Revelations.
Okay, so it's in Romans 11, 25 through 27. And it's where at in Revelations? So Revelations 19:19. All right. Revelations 19:19. No, it's not. Where is that? I think you're right. I think it is in there, though. It's in Luke 21. Look at that, Luke 21, starting in verse 23, page 982. And woe to those who are pregnant and to those who are nursing children in those days, for there shall be a great distress on the earth and wrath upon the people. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword and be led away captive into all nations. And Jerusalem shall be trampled underfoot by the nations until the time of the nations are concluded. So there it is right there. So that gives us a pretty good hint. And there shall be signs in the sun and the moon and the stars, and on the earths, anxiety of nations and bewilderment, the roaring of the sea and agitation, men fainting from fear, and expectation of what is coming on the earths. The powers of the Shemayim shall be shaken. So this right here gives us a pretty good clue to when the time of the nations will be concluded. It says that there'll be a great distress in the earths. Say that's the tribulation, 3.5 years of tribulation, right? And wrath upon this people. And they shall fall by the sword of edge of the sword, and be led away captive into all the nations. And Jerusalem shall be trampled underfoot by the nations until the time of the nations are concluded. And so that jives with Revelation right there, doesn't it? All right. So if you look at Revelations real quick, you see where it jives. I think it's in 11, Revelations 11. 11:2. But cast out the court which is outside the temple, and do not measure it, for it has been given to the nations, and they shall trample the set apart city underfoot for 42 months, the Gentiles. Okay, so that tells us that at the end of the 6,000 year period, at the end of the tribulation years, is the end of the Gentile. That's when it's concluded. Time of the Gentiles will be concluded at that point. So back over here to Genesis then. He threw him in and lifted him out of the pit and showed him to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver would mean the end of the Gentiles is after 2,000 years after Yahushua walked on the planet. And so we're getting really close to the end of the time of the Gentiles here. Time of the nations come in. We're getting real close. Go ahead, Roz.
In Ezekiel chapter 6, it's got something too. At verse 6, in all your dwelling places, the cities shall be destroyed, and the high places deserted, so that your altars are broken and bear their punishment, and your idols shall be smashed and made to cease, and your sun pillars cut down, and your works blotted out, and the slain shall fall in your midst, and you shall know that I am Yahuwah. but I shall leave a remnant, in that some of you shall escape the sword among the Gentiles when you are scattered throughout the lands.
Yeah. Yep. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Everybody in agreement to that? Ishmaelites means the Gentiles, and they got 2,000 years, and then it'll be concluded. Time of the Gentiles will be concluded. Everybody saying all that, putting all that together. All right. All right. So we ended up with Joseph being sold to an officer of Pharaoh, who was a captain of the guard. Who wants to pick up on that with chapter 38? Go ahead, Sandra.
Barashith, Genesis chapter 38, page 57 starts. And at that time, it came to be that Yehuda left his brothers, turned aside to a man, an Adullamite, whose name was Kira. And Yehuda saw there a daughter of a certain king, whose name was Shua. And he took her and went into her. So she conceived and bare a son, and he called his name And she conceived again and bore a son. She called his name Anan. And she conceived yet again and bore a son, and called his name Shelah. He was at Kezib, where she bore him. And Yehuda took an Asher for his firstborn, and her name was Tamar. But Yehuda's firstborn, was evil in the eyes of Yehuda, and Yehuda took his life. And Yehuda said to Anan, go into your brother's Asher and marry her, and raise up an heir to your brother. Anan knew that the offspring would not be his, and it came to be, when he went into his brother's Asher, that he spilled the seed on the ground, lest he should give an offspring to his brother. But what he did displeased Yehuda, so he took his life too. Then Yehuda said to Tamar, his daughter-in-law, remain a widow in your father's house until my son Shelah is grown. For he said, lest he also die as his brothers did. And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. And after a long time, the daughter of Shua, Yehuda's Asher, died. And Yehuda was comforted and went up to the sheep shearers of Timnah, and he and his friend Kira the Adullamite. And it was reported to Tamar, saying, see, your father-in-law is going up to Timnah to shear his sheep. She took off her widow's garment, covered herself with a burqa, and wrapped herself, and sat at the entrance of Enaim, which was on the way to Timnah. For she saw that Shelah was grown, and she was not given to him as an Asher. And Yehuda saw her, and reckoned her for a whore, for she had covered her face. And he turned aside to her by the way, and said, please let me come in to you. For he did not know that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said, what do you give me to come in to me? And he said, let me send you a young goat from the flock. And she said, do you give me a pledge until you send it? And he said, what pledge should I give you? And she said, your seal and your cord and your staff that is in your hand. And he gave them to her and went in to her, and she conceived by him. She arose and went away and removed her veil and put on the garments of her widowhood. Yehuda sent the young goat by the hand of his friend, the Adullamite, to receive his pledge from the archer's hand, but he did not find her. And he asked the man of the place, saying, where is the cult prostitute who was beside the way of Anaim? And they said, there was no cult prostitute in this place. And he returned to Yehuda and said, I have not found her. And the men of the place also said, was no cult prostitute in this place. And Yehuda said, let her take them for herself, lest we become despised. For I sent this young goat, and you have not found her. And it came to be about 3 months after that Yehuda was informed, saying, Tamar, your daughter-in-law, has whored, and see, she has conceived by whoring. And Yehuda said, bring her out and let her be burned. When she was brought out, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, by the man to whom these belong, I am pregnant. And she said, please examine whose these are, the seal and the card and the staff. And Yehuda examined and said, she has been more righteous than I, because I did not give her Shelah my son. And he never knew her again. And it came to be at the time for giving birth that see, twins were in her womb. And it came to be when she was giving birth that the one put out his hand. And the midwife took a scarlet thread and bound it on his hand, saying, this one came out first. And it came to be as he drew back his hand that see, his brother came out. And she said, how did you break through? This break be upon you. So his name was called Paretz. And afterward, his brother came out, who had the scarlet thread in his hand. So his name was called Zerach.
Okay. Thanks, Sandra. Okay, so man, oh man, here we go again. You know, but this time with Yehuda, and it's just crazy how all this, you know, the deceivement, man, that just continues to follow, and even the woman, you know, she pretends to be a cult prostitute. And what was Yehuda doing, you know, going into her anyway to begin with, right? So there's that little scarlet thread, which isn't supposed to be symbolic of witchcraft or a witch or a sorcerer, warlock or something. So this is kind of a little bit strange here. I don't know if this influenced certain Hebrew to practice witchcraft or whatever through this deceitful act and the scarlet thread, putting some type of, you know, omen or curse or something upon this line of Yehuda. But whatever, what do y'all think of this chapter? Anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions about this chapter? June?
I was reading down through the genealogies, and this child that had this scarlet thread put around his hand, his son was Achan, the one who rebelled, and Yehuda got all of his family together and destroyed them. And then, of course, Peretz is in the genealogy at Ruth of Daoud.
Okay. All right. And that's kind of weird too. Again, the firstborn was denied, and the secondborn took his birthright. And you see this so much through Scripture. And again, I think it goes back to the golden calf. Is why that we see that happening. But it definitely continues. Anybody else? Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Chapter 38. So Yehuda left, and all this happens to him. Unbelievable. Okay, chapter 39. Who wants to read it? Phyllis, go ahead.
Barashith, Genesis, chapter 39. And Yusuf had taken down to Mitzrayim, and Yusuf had been taken down to Mitzrayim, and Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, captain of the guard, a Mitzrite, bought him from the Ishmaelites, who had taken him down there. And it came to be that Yahuwah was with Joseph, and he became a prosperous man, and was in the house of his master, the Mitzrite. And his master saw that Yahuwah was with him, and that Yahuwah made all he did to prosper in his hand. So Yusuf found favor in his eyes and served him, and he appointed him over his house and gave him into his hand all that he had. And it came to be from the time that he appointed him over his house and all that he had, that Yahuwah blessed the Mitzrite's house for Yusuf's sake. And the blessing of Yahuwah was on all that he had in the house and in the field. And he left in Yusuf's hand all that he had, and he did not know what he had except for the bread which he ate. And Yusuf was handsome in form and appearance. And after these events, it came to be that his master Asha lifted up her eyes to Yusuf and said, "Lie with me." But he refused and said to his master Asha, "Look, my master does not know what is with me in the house, and he has given into my hand all that he has. No one is greater in this house than I, and he has not withheld whatever from me but you, because you are his Asha. And how shall I do this great evil and sin against Elohim?" And it came to be, as she spoke to Yusuf yom by yom, that he did not listen to her, to lie with her, to be with her. And it came to be on a certain yom, when Yusuf went into the house to do his work, and none of the men of the house were inside, that she caught him by his garment, saying, "Lie with me." But he left his garment in her hand and fled and ran outside. And it came to be, when she saw that he had left his garment in her hand and fled outside, that she called to the men of her house and spoke to them, saying, "See, he has brought in to us a Hebrew to mock us. He came in to me to lie with me, and I cried out with a loud voice. And it came to be, when he heard that I lifted my voice and cried out, that he left his garment with me and fled and went outside. And she kept his garment until his master came home. And she spoke to him these same words, saying, "The Hebrew servant whom you brought to us came in to me to mock me." So it came to be, as I lifted my voice and cried out, that he left his garment with me and fled outside. And it came to be, when his master heard the words which his Asha spoke to him, saying, "Your servant did to me according to these words," that his displeasure burned. Then Yusuf's master took him and put him into the prison, a place where the sovereign's prisoners were confined, and he was there in the prison. But Yahuwah was with Joseph and extended kindness to him, and he gave him favor in the eyes of the prison warden. And the prison warden gave into the hand of Yusuf all the prisoners who were in the prison, and whatever was done there was his doing. The prison warden did not look into any point that was under Yusuf's hand, because Yahuwah was with him, and whatever he did, Yahuwah made it prosper. Hallelujah.
All right. Well, thanks, Phyllis. Okay. So what do y'all think of this So this woman, she tries to get him to commit adultery with him. He wouldn't have nothing to do with it. So then she lies on him, gets him thrown in prison, but yet Yahuwah prospers him. Anything coming to mind spiritually on this one, Sandra?
So this is, to me, is a result that Yahuwah is setting up Yusuf to become a deliverer for the famine that he's about to bring forth. So he's bringing fruition of the dreams that he had given Joseph, how he's setting him up. And in order for him to be set up, he always takes his servants and he brings them through a course of humility to prepare them for what he's getting ready to come forth to be as a deliverer for his brothers. So he is like Yahusha. If you look at Yashayahu chapter 53, how Yahuwah, even though he had all the authority of Yahuwah in him, he still had to go through being brought down to a man to nothing before he actually began his reign. And that's what he does when he sets someone up. Because this is about, it's like a type of Yahushua in the future. For him to be the deliverer. That's how, otherwise, if he didn't send that famine, then how would they all get taken into Mitzrayim for 430 years? This is all his plan that he's working. 36, 37, and 39. This is Yahuwah's plan that he's working for his purpose.
Yeah, you notice how he's taking Joseph on a roller coaster ride here. Takes him down to the low, and then takes him back up high, puts him back down low, brings him back up high. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was thinking along the same lines as Sister Sandra was thinking, but like several verses come to mind. All things work for the good of those who are called according to his purpose. And also what I said earlier, that no, that's not what Yahuwah, what was meant for evil, Yahuwah can turn to good. And also he said that no weapon formed against us shall prevail. And I think that this journey of Yosef just proves all of that to us, all right there in one man.
Yeah, that's kind of quite astonishing here, really, what happens to Joseph. Go ahead, Ross.
I know this is early, but he dies earlier than everybody else. He dies as the youngest, I forget how many years that he was, but he was not as old as everybody else that passed away in the brothers. Everybody else outlived him and then died. And so that's part of it too, is that he took him away from them. He was their golden ticket into Mitzrayim. And that's taken away from him by him going away. So then they get looked at differently.
Do you think that Yahuwah is favoring Joseph over the other tribes? Is he showing favor, Yahuwah? Is he showing favor to Joseph as well, like Jacob did? Is that happening? Oz?
I mean, what sparks to me here is that there's like 3 verses. Oh no, 4. Oh no, 5. Where it says Yahuwah was with Joseph. Yahuwah was with him. Yahuwah was with him, and Yahuwah was with Joseph. And on top of that, Yahuwah blesses the Mitzray's house for Joseph's sakes. So, I mean, clearly Yahuwah is with Joseph to the point that he blesses other people around him not for that people's own rewards, I guess, but for Yusuf's sakes. Which, to me, that's what sparked it to me, because it's like, well, I guess sometimes a lot of people, or people in general, they're blessed, or we're blessed in a certain way that we may believe is from our own works and for our own deservance of things. Maybe we're realizing that maybe it's for one of our friends or one of our children or one of our family members' sake, more than our own, for our own work, maybe, but it's maybe for somebody else's sake that we're favored because we're part of their path. Anyway, that sparks me.
Go ahead, Ross.
It was because he listened to him, and the other ones didn't. It doesn't ever say that they were with him. That Yahuwah was with him. But with him, with Yosef, it was constantly mentioned with it. So, because he listened to the words of Yahuwah and followed his direction.
How so?
He didn't gripe about it. You never hear him griping about being held captive or anything like that. He just went along with what he had to do and did it the best he could. He prayed to the Father Yahuwah the whole time. And, he never left his Hebrew roots, even though he had to live in the nation of Egypt. He was forced to be into there. So he had to, he just did the way of the Father. That's
a really good point. We don't ever hear Joseph grumbling or complaining, do we?
Mm-mm.
Even when he's down in the pit, he's not complaining. When he's thrown in prison, he doesn't complain. And then when he elevates him, he doesn't brag. And so it seems like he's just going with the flow, and whatever Yahuwah does, he accepts. Is that why this roller coaster ride's happening here? I mean, it's a really good point, Roz.
Thank you. I think the roller coaster part of it is that just like it happens with us, that those are all tests to see if he's going to really stay with him.
Yeah, that's good. That's exactly right. I think he's testing Joseph both ways, both ends of the spectrum. If you got from a large family, we'll say 10, 12 people, right? Kids. The oldest one gets a lot of attention because he's the firstborn, right? The baby always gets a lot of attention because he's the youngest. But the ones in the middle, they just kind of lose out. They really don't get any attention at all. And so is it any wonder that the ones in the middle here were not only jealous of Joseph, but also notice that Reuben, the firstborn, was more siding with the youngest than he was with the middle, because they're kind of like in the same boat together, the firstborn and the lastborn. See what I'm saying? And so is this roller coaster ride sort of is kind of showing that as well? I mean, in a sense, maybe. Is it kind of telling us that we shouldn't show favoritism or react to the first or the last? We should just remain calm the whole time, just trusting in Yahuwah, what he does. I mean, I don't know about y'all, but my life seems to be a roller coaster ride too. Sometimes it seems a feast or famine for me too. All right. Yeah, that's interesting. Definitely. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions here? All right. So, does this woman that falsely was a malicious witness escape from that? Did she escape from her actions? Now, let's read on and find out. Who wants to read 40? Talitha, go ahead.
Sorry, which one are we on?
40.
Okay. And after these events, it came to be that the cupbearer and the baker of the sovereign of Mitzrayim sinned against their master, the sovereign of Mitzrayim. And Pharaoh was wroth with his two officers, the chief cupbearer and the chief baker. So he put them in confinement in the house of the captain of the guard, in the prison, the place where Yusuf was a prisoner. And the captain of the guard put Yusuf in charge of them, and he served them. So they were in confinement for some time, when the cupbearer and the baker of the sovereign of Mitzrayim, who were confined in the prison, dreamed a dream, both of them, each man's dream in one layla, and each man's dream with its own interpretation. And Yusuf came in to them in the morning and looked at them and saw they were sad. And he asked Pharaoh's officers who were with him in confinement of his master's house, saying, "Why do you look so sad today?" And they said to him, "We each have dreamed a dream, and there is no one to interpret it." And Yusuf said to them, Do not interpretations belong to Elohim? Relate them to me, please. So the chief cupbearer related his dream to Yusuf and said to him, "See, in my dream a vine was before me, and in the vine were 3 branches. And it was as though it budded, its blossom shot forth, and its clusters brought forth ripe grapes. And Pharaoh's cup was in my hand." Mama, Becky. Sorry, 1 second. Go ahead, Micaiah. And Pharaoh's cup was in my hand. So I took the grapes and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and placed the cup in Pharaoh's hand. And Yusuf said to him, "This is the interpretation of it. No! The 3 branches are 3 yamen. Yet within 3 yamen, Pharaoh..." Sorry, give me 1 second. Sorry. Okay. The 3 branches are 3 yamen. Yet within 3 yamen, Pharaoh is going to lift up your head and restore you to your place. And you shall put Pharaoh's cup in his hand, according to the former ruling, when you were his cupbearer. But remember me when it is well with you, and please show kindness to me, and mention me to Pharaoh, and get me out of this house. For truly I was stolen away from the land of the Hebrews, and also I have done naught that they should put me in the dungeon." And the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, and he said to Yusuf, "I also was in my dream, and saw 3 white baskets were on my head, and in the uppermost basket all kinds of baked goods for Pharaoh, and the birds ate them out of the basket on my head." And Yusuf answered and said, "This is the interpretation of it. The 3 baskets are 3 yamen. Yet within 3 yamen, Pharaoh is going to lift off your head from you and hang you on a tree, and the birds shall eat your flesh from you. And on the 3rd yom, Pharaoh's birthday, it came to be that he made a feast for all his servants, and he lifted up the head of the chief cupbearer and of the chief baker among his servants. And he restored the chief cupbearer to his post of cupbearer again. And he placed the cup in Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker, as Yusuf had interpreted to them. And the chief cupbearer did not remember Yusuf, but forgot him.
All righty. Thank you, Talita. All right, go. So, here we go. Joseph continues to interpret dreams. And he interprets these guys' dreams, and they both come true. The first of the dreams to come true. And this in 20 here, and on the third Yom, Pharaoh's birthday came. Do you notice that nothing good came out of this birthday? I mean, the guy was hung right on Pharaoh's birthday, right? So there's two other times in Scripture where it talks about birthdays. Anybody know where they're at? It's only 3 times that we know of, at least what I can think of. Sandra?
In Ahub, and when John the Immerser head was cut off by Herod.
Right. Okay, so Harold's stepdaughter or whatever wanted him to behead Yehochanan the Immerser, and so he did. And the other one was Job, where it mentions that his children were getting together and basically celebrating their day. It doesn't really say it's a birthday, but heavenly insinuating it for sure. And so these are only the 3 times that we know of that birthdays are mentioned in Scripture. And although Scripture doesn't say do not celebrate one's birth, and it says that the day of one's death is better than one's birth, the 3 examples that we do get of birthdays didn't come out very well. So what do y'all think? Should we celebrate birthdays or should we not? And if not, why not? Here's a pretty cool thing here. The Jill says, highs and lows occur in the assembly so that there's always one to lift another up. That's pretty good. I like that. Okay. Back to birthdays. Sandra?
So birthdays to me is a form of idolatry, self-idolatry. And it's a pagan worship by mostly by witches to celebrate themselves. It's a form of celebrating flesh more than it is, because you're not born every year in the first place. You might want to celebrate the anniversary of your birthday, but I don't think it's necessary. That's how I think personally. Just a form of idolatry.
It is. Yeah, it's a form of humanism. I mean, not only self worship, but also humanism, because if you're celebrating somebody else's birthday with them, you're basically putting them on a pedestal, and so that's humanism. The horoscopes are really closely related to birthdays. And so when people ask, what's your sign? They're asking you about your birthday, and they're relating your birthday to astrology, different animals that are connect the dots up in the heaven, connect the dots and see, and imagine you're seeing an animal, Most of the ones that they say, though, this is a line or this is that or this is that, I don't see it myself. I guess I don't have a very good imagination, but I just can't see it. I think they're cuckoo myself. Go ahead, Talitha.
I also feel that, like, even like with celebrating, for example, it's the reality is that Yahuwah, the creation of, you know, the human or the being, like, begins as soon as the seed has been planted. So it's not even about the day that you're actually born. Even if you were going to say, like, you know, well, we're just celebrating Yahuwah's creation or whatever, like, it's not, that's not the day that you're, that's the day that the baby comes out, sure, but that's not like the day that that even that soul has been, you know, implanted, sort of. So, and I feel like in scripture there's a few examples where it talks about, I think Yehukanan is one of them, where it talks about him like when he was in his mother's womb, right? Like they're already referring to him as his destiny was already there while he's in the womb. So there's no relation really to the day that you're born, like that you're born, like come out into the world. So what would the celebration be? Well, you're celebrating the child coming into the world, but we're supposed to not love the world. We're supposed to, you know, be with Yahuwah. So why would we celebrate that day? Right?
Yeah. I mean, we are. I would say that we're born at conception. I mean, Scripture's pretty clear that we were conceived in our mother's womb. We were conceived in sin. You know, so to me, if you're a sinner at conception, then that's when you were created. That's the day you were made. You know, so. But farther beyond that, you know, what's some of these birthday rituals? What did like candle mean, or lighting candles mean, or putting a pointed hat on your head and blowing those weird little things that roll out and then roll back up, you know, and make all kinds of noise. You know, you got them noise makers and stuff like that, you know. So, you know, what in the world is it? What are they doing when they're doing all this weird stuff? Phyllis?
Well, when they're lighting the candles on the cake, they're lighting candles to the Queen of Heaven, and of course the hats are witch hats. And I'm not sure about the firecrackers, but I know it's all witchcraft. It's all sun worship, which is all mixed up in together.
Okay. Roz?
I'm gonna something I wanted to say was the name of Herod and then his stepdaughter being Herodias. I find that always strange. I've always found that strange, because would that be a common name back then? You know, I wonder if she was named after him, and if maybe she was from, because he treated her like she was his daughter. Even though she was a stepdaughter, he actually treated her more. Either he worshipped her because she was beautiful or something, but it's almost as though that's his blood. That's what I've always kind of felt with that.
Yeah. If memory serves, which it hasn't been too sharp today, but I think that was his sister-in-law, and so that would have been his niece. And so maybe Harold was, maybe she was named after her uncle, and he betrayed his brother. I mean, to a really sharp degree. I mean, so that was his brother's wife. I mean, that's what Yehukanan was all fierce about, right? When he was confronting him. Remember that? How Yehukanan was confronting him about that? Telling him that wasn't right for you to have your brother's Asha, remember?
Yeah.
And so maybe she was named after him, you know?
Or there was something more.
Out of
Maybe
respect.
she's his blood.
What's that?
Maybe she is his blood.
She is. She's his niece. Oh, you mean through a
Yeah.
secret affair type thing?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that could be too. But surely Yehukanan was accusing him of taking his brother's wife, but I don't think he mentioned the daughter. So that could be. Go ahead, Jim.
Oh, well, I didn't have anything to say, but I was going to tell you your visual has been off for over 30 minutes. I didn't know if that was something you knew about or not.
Oh, you mean you can't see me? You don't want to see me, do you? Okay, so here, I want to show you something. I didn't even know. Okay, so in that case, hello. Okay, so this is what I want to show you. Look over here. Speedy brought a friend. Speedy got a new friend. Look at him. Look, you see Speedy? And there's Blue. And here's his new friend. His name's Sam. Believe that or not. Well, that's a girl? Well, what's her name? Puddington?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, not. Anyway, Speedy said he went out and he'd been knocking on doors and he came up with somebody he's going to save and brought her here so she could get saved. I said, Speedy, we can't save her. She has to turn to Yahuwah. And so anyway, he brought a new friend. His other faction ain't around no more because two of them got mad because they were Trinitarians. They wouldn't have nothing to do with us because we believe in oneness. The other one, he said he wasn't going to listen to any more of this stuff. He was going to go back to his church. And so now Speedy's got this new faction going on here. So we see how that goes. But I'm going to tell on Speedy because guess what? After last night's broadcast, I found 2 dead mice in Speedy's pocket and a pork chop under his hat. So Speedy's in trouble. Anyway, welcome Speedy's new friend there. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I was wondering if I could read page 68 in Fossilized Customs Birthdays, Babel's oldest.
Wait a minute now. I don't know about that. Go ahead. I'm just teasing you.
Babel's oldest ritual. The popular celebration of one's annual birthday is acknowledged to be, by all authorities on ancient customs, a pagan ritual from Babylon. The Babylons served the sun, moon, planets, and constellations, a Gentile practice condemned by Yahuwah. Do not learn the ways of the Gentiles, and do not be alarmed by the signs of Shamaim, referring to heaven, skies, outer space, although the Gentiles are alarmed by them. Reference on Yirmiyahu 10. Birthdays are mentioned in scripture a total of 3 times. When Yusuf was in prison in Egypt, Genesis Barashith 40:20, Ayub, Job 1, 4 and 5, and Herod's birthday, when Yehukanan the Immerser, John the Baptist, was beheaded. That's Matthew 14:6. In the situation described in Ayub, which is Job 1, sacrificed an animal because he was aware of his children's idolatry, for which they all died when the house they celebrated in collapsed on them in a violent windstorm. His sons used to go and hold a feast in the house of each one on his day. And then he references that the NIV eliminated this phrasing, but you can clearly see it in the KJV, NAV, NAS, and others. The baker was hanged on Pharaoh's birthday, and the Levite Yehukanan, our Savior's cousin, was beheaded on Herod's birthday. Cakes for Asherah. The ritual of cake, candles, wish, and presents served to give thanks to the sky luminaries for allowing the birthday celebrant to reach the annual cycle of their birth. The cake is baked for the Queen of Heaven. It was decorated, monogrammed with the celebrant's name. The candles symbolize the sacred fire, carefully numbered for each annual cycle completed. The prayer chant and all the ritual procedures are carefully preserved, and it is a religious occasion. Witches regard the day of one's birthday most significant event in a person's life. Astrologers base everything on it. If the celebrant can blow out all the candles, then a secret wish made to a genie or Juno, if the person is female, will be granted. The birthday itself was a time of great superstition to a pagan, so they were surrounded by their friends and relatives for protection. In Greek culture, it was believed that personal abilities and talents were bestowed on an individual being inhabited or possessed by one or more demons called muses. A person's genius was the gift of the genie thought of as the overseer of muses. Arabs know the genie by the name of jinn. Muses were 9 female deities believed to endow skills in speech, art, science, memory, scholastics, agility, and music. A word derived from the muses, 9 daughters of Zeus and Mnemosyne. The names of these 9 muses were Silo, Euterpe, Talia, not like Talitha, it's Thalia, Melpomene, Terpsichore, Erato, Polynema, Urania, Calliope. You may recognize some of these names as having been part of our language, like Uranus. They are Greek deities of arts and science, giving us the word museum, a showplace of art and science. A fairy tale, Sleeping Beauty, refers to gifts and benefits bestowed on muses, since the muses were known as fairies in Germanic Gaelic cultures. The 3 fairies were a triad of female deities, also known as 3 graces or 3 charities in the Greek and Roman mythologies. They ruled the lives of men and determined the length of a person's life. Clotho spun the life thread. Lachesis was correcting the Galatians and Ephesians for observing, since they were falling back into their pattern instead of exposing them and excluding them from their lives. So that's page 68 and 69 in Book of Fossilized Custom, which makes a good sense with the research that the author has done. You know what I also think, Brother Mark, is that every day belongs to Yahuwah. That's why, why you want to celebrate the day that you came forth? Because like you say, when we were conceived, that's when we really came into being. But every day belongs to Yahuwah, and celebrating of your birthday is actually esteeming the one day that we are supposed to esteem is the Shabbat, the 7th day. That's the only day that he has given us a commandment to esteem as a sign that he did create everything in 7 days. So it's like a way of esteeming methods of mankind above him, is what I get from it too.
Yeah. And of course, it's all based on children and having fun. And,
The money-making propaganda.
Yeah. And look at this gal. She ain't happy with one witch count. She wants to have devil horn. So I've seen people do this. Actually, myself.
That represents the male. That represents the male phallus. Those pointed hats.
Whatever, but it looks like to me she's trying to be the devil here. And look at her. Look at all the fun they're having with their witch cones. So this cake is given to the Queen of Heaven, baking a cake to the Queen of Heaven. That's paganism, and the candles are I don't even want to talk about. And then the flames up here represents fire, the devil, and so you can see where this is all centered around the devil. And talking about horoscopes, anytime you call on any of the names of the horoscopes, you're actually calling on Satan, because behind the curtain, you call on anybody but Yahuwah, the devil gets the credit for it, period. On this one here, she got herself some fire in her hand. She's really going for it. And like I said, unfortunately, it's all centered around children. And so it's so much so that if you don't buy a child a bunch of gifts and have a birthday party before she trips out on you, and this actually carries over into adulthood, especially with women. I've seen women just totally lose their mind on their birthday every year, run off, run away from their family, stay out all night just to celebrate their birthday, and just get really weirded out. And so we can see the evilness in this. Look at that. She ain't even gonna smile anymore. She'll let you know. This ain't about smiling. So a lot to that birthday stuff. Is there anything that anybody wants to talk about any further about birthdays? Go ahead, Ross.
When I first came on the path, I was told that anything to do with like the Xmas, the lights, or like the birthday candles, or like the thing like she had in her hand, and I can't think of the name of them, but anyway, that was all false lights. And that, that was because they didn't have the light or don't have the light. That's how they get their light, is by having the false lights. That's what I was told. And then the other thing is that in New Orleans, all the parades are named after these Greek deities. And actually those 7 daughters that you just spoke of, Sandra, there's names of streets, and they're also they've got a muse that's the name of a parade. And so it's a very dark, and it's New Orleans and Louisiana is very dark. So.
Oh yeah, no doubt about that. So here, Jilly, another good comment. Set apart one should celebrate leaving the flesh, not coming into the flesh. That's a good point too. Jill's got the Ruach going on today. You ain't been on here in a while, Jill. I'd like to see you come back in here, man. Go ahead, Chance.
Something that came to me is in regards to these inherited customs and these celebrations. Being that this season's coming upon us, this season of trial, and all these holidays are coming. When we're faced with this stuff, we're gonna hear a lot of it where people are gonna say this. Well, it doesn't mean that to me.
Mm-hmm.
But what does it matter? Why does it matter what you think? Does it really matter? You know what I mean? And just for the encouragement and strength, and it's just because it doesn't mean something to us, doesn't mean it doesn't mean something to Yahuwah, and how much what we think matters. You know what I mean? So this is a good sign that people are entirely in their flesh and are only serving themselves, because they can only say, doesn't mean that to me. You know what I mean? So they're only worried about themselves and what it means to them. So it's just like a sign that they're in their flesh. They're only self-serving, self-seeking, and they can't see outside of themselves. So they're stuck. They're literally stuck in that. You can see it all over him. It doesn't mean that to me. Well, does it matter what you think? You got to come out of your flesh. You got to come out of there. You won't die behind that, So
Thank you for saying that, Chance. I have thought that so many times because people say, well, I believe, and I'm thinking it doesn't matter what you believe. It's what's in the book that matters.
It doesn't mean that to me. Go ahead, Sandra.
So, Talita, did your hand go up before mine? Seemed like
Talita?
it did.
It's okay. You can go. Go ahead. I'll stay after.
I was gonna say, regarding this chapter, it's like, remember, it's a scripture that says in the last days he's gonna pour out his ruach upon all flesh, sons and daughters shall prophesy and dream, old men shall dream dreams. So Yahuwah is establishing that word about dreams in this chapter. Remember the dreams that he gave, who was that? Nebuchadnezzar in the book of Daniel. So he is establishing his communications through dreams in this chapter as well, because he is preparing for that dream about the famine that's going to come. But the 3 years he's preparing that dream, he's preparing for that dream to come forth. That's why this dream is coming forth in these chapters, because he knows he's going to give Pharaoh that dream, and he's going to give that interpretation to Yusei. So this is like a type of that's happening here about the dreams. And the reason why the cupbearer, the one that got restored back to his place, or was it the baker? It wasn't time for Joseph to come out of prison yet, until that dream had come forth. It's all
the baker and the candlestick maker.
Yeah.
Did that come from this? Is that talking about this? Go ahead, Talita.
Yeah, I'm gonna backtrack just to what Chance was saying and Phyllis. The whole thing is that, like, if people don't feel that they have to obey Yahuwah and obey commands and obey right rulings and these things, then how could they ever think that it matters? Like, of course, what they say is, well, that's not what I believe, or that's not what I think it means, right? Because that's they don't even see it. They're just totally blind to it. But that's the only thing that matters is themselves, which is basically, in essence, what Satanism is, which is the idolatry of yourself. Like, it's the do what thou wilt, do what you want, anything that you want, you do, right? And that's like the whole thing. So until they can see that they actually have to behave, or that they actually have to be obedient, they're never going to be able to see this other side.
Go ahead, Ross.
They always want to say, oh, you're taking all of the fun out of it. And, I've come across that this whole time on my path in Pennsylvania, in New York, Florida, all of it. They always want to say that. And in Louisiana. So, but yeah, they always also say, it's not how I feel. It's just a family get together. That's all it is a family get together.
But we're not a pleasure-seeking generation.
Mm-mm.
It's not about getting together with others. It's about getting together with the Creator.
I know, but that's
Get
what they
it right.
always want to say.
Let's get it right.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't receive it, they have been, because they don't have a love for the truth, they're given over to a strong delusion, because the veil is placed on their eyes, because Yahuwah put that veil on their eyes. Most likely they're not his sheep, because his sheep will hear his voice.
Chance?
A good question I just asked myself is, are we able to be kind of evil in Yahuwah's eyes? Are we able to be kind of good in Yahuwah's eyes? Or are we to be hot or cold? There ain't no lukewarm. You can't be halfway in the flesh, halfway in the ruach. Does Yahuwah see kind of good? Are we kind of evil? Does it really matter what we think? We got to get right with Yahuwah here. This is some serious stuff. We gonna die behind this stuff, you know?
Is there any birthdays that are acceptable? I mean, is the Messiah's birthday acceptable to you? Why not? If not, why not? Phyllis?
He never said to celebrate his birth. He said to remember his death. And he also said that the time of one's death is better than their birth.
That's true. Is there any birthday at all that's good? Huh? Should you celebrate the birthday of your dog or your cat or your monkey or your bird? How about your mouse? No. Chance?
You know,
Be quiet, Speedy. Go ahead, Chance.
you know, Mark, you know what I do for my children, right? To get them out of this this inherited paganism stuff is I make random days and I'll go outside and hide some candy in the yard and say, go find a candy, have some fun. So every day is, you know, it's teaching them that you don't need to celebrate these strange holidays to have fun. You know, just because this tree gathering and Christmas comes around, you don't need to. I can still go to the store and buy you a gift and wrap it in newspaper, and you can still have fun. You know, outside of that, you know, so you're offering a different way of life instead of just, you know, if one has a suspicious eye, you just wonder why all these calendar days are marked on this day. This is what you celebrate. You know what I mean? It's clear. It's very suspicious, you know, but let's say tomorrow or Monday or Tuesday, whatever, you know, go out in the yard, give them a paint bucket and a bunch of candy. They're just going to have a blast out there. They're getting candy. They're in the weather. They're filling up their bucket full of candy. They're having a blast. They're having a blast outside of the inherited, you know, futility and this garbage we've been handed down, you know, from generation to generation. So that's what I do, Mark. You know what I mean? I show them that there's still fun outside of this crap we've been taught. You know, and that's kind of how I'm trying to bring my children around there. Because they'll be like, oh, you're not having any more fun. You're a fun ruiner. Okay, well, ask my kids how much fun they're having. They're having a blast. They got more toys than they ever expected. They might be getting me on this. They might be getting over on me. That's okay. But I'm teaching them a better way, you know.
I mean, I can understand, you know, what y'all are saying, but is it okay to record your birthday? Like they say, when you go in to get food stamps, they're going to say, when was your birthday? You know, you go down there and sign up for Social Security, they're going to say, when was your birthday? You go down there and get yourself a driver's license, they're going to say, when is your birthday? If you don't tell them, you ain't going to get what you went for. Is it okay to record your birthday? Tell somebody the day you were born. Is that okay? June?
I'm just going to give my 2 cents, but you know, I always see through the scriptures where, you know, Abraham was 100. Well, how did he know he was 100? He had to keep track of that some way, or, you know, or 102 or 100, or when he was 104, or when Joseph was 17. So, you know, there's got to be some point of just referencing that to where we have some idea of what's going on at what time in their lives.
Good girl. Perfect. Go ahead, Roz.
We've got Whenever I have to give my birthday to the, wherever, it's always just a number that I'm giving, and it's also just as identification. That's how I look at it now. It's an identification of who I am, and that I'm not this other person, maybe named the same 1,000 miles away. That's all I see it as for giving that.
Yeah. So they may have the same name as you have, but maybe not the same birthday. Exactly.
I've been hacked, and there's 3 other ones out there, but they don't look anything like me, and they're not real. They've got my information, but no.
It'd be rare for somebody to have your exact name and your exact birthday. Yeah. But I'm sure it can happen. Okay. So what Ross and June are saying, I agree with. Okay. Scripture records the age of people a lot. Okay, so there can't be anything wrong with that. But is there a birthday that I don't want to say we should celebrate so much, but is it okay to recognize? Sandra?
Wouldn't be the month of Habib, because that was the day that the nation was born and brought forth. Remember when he brought them out of Israel? He said, this month Abib will be the first month unto you. So the birth of a nation, we recognize it based on the appointed times, those dates.
Yeah. That could be, yeah.
And then like Yahushua was born the first day of Sukkot, and he's coming back during the eternal reign. Is going to be the first day of Sukkot for eternity.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
that's
to me, knowing somebody's birthday and ask somebody saying, when were you born? It's not a violation. I mean, I just can't go along with that far. I mean, I know there's people out there that do that. They'll throw away the driver's license, social security card, they'll throw everything away because they think it's a sin to mention their birthday on it or whatever. And I think that's being a little bit off the hook myself, a little bit radical. But what I was referring to mostly was the date you were reborn. You were immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh and you were reborn as a spiritual child. I don't see any problem with that, recognizing that as your rebirth, being born again. I don't see where there's a violation there, as long as you don't go nuts. I mean, you go out and cook a cake and throw candles on it because that's the day you think you were reborn, and then you would be violating, obviously. So
use it for once saved, always saved.
Yeah, I don't know about being saved, if I agree with that terminology, but I do reborn again. I absolutely agree with that. Because John 3:5. Look at John 3:4. There'll be 2, 5, 6 or 7 there. Nicodemus said to him, how is a man able to be begotten when he is old? Is he able to enter into his mother's womb a second time and be born? And Yahushua said, truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is born of water and spirit, he is unable to enter the reign or the kingdom of Yahuwah. That's a huge statement, man. That which has been begotten of the flesh is flesh, and that which has been born of the Ruach is Ruach. So you're a spiritual child, not a fleshly child. And it goes on, but yeah, I definitely believe in being born again of the water and the spirit, because Yahuwah says, unless that happens, you can't enter into the reign of Yahuwah. So if you deny that, you're denying yourself entry into his kingdom. That would make no sense to me, personally. This rebirth here, reborn again, is mentioned like 9 times in scriptures. Okay. And your water immersion is mentioned 52 times in scripture. But repentance is mentioned 89 times. So puts a new spin on repentance, doesn't it? And how important that is. Roz?
The man that was on the stake next to Yahusha was delivered, and he said he would be in paradise that day, and he didn't go through an immersion. He would have gone through it spiritually, but he didn't have the physical part of the water, unless the water that Yahusha, because when they pierced his side, there was water and there was the blood. But that wouldn't have touched that man. I just came to mind.
Yeah,
He didn't go to paradise that day either.
What?
He didn't go to paradise that day either. He just buried somewhere to be risen again.
I can't find anywhere where it says that he came down off of that stake and ran down and jumped in baptism somewhere or the lake somewhere, and then ran back up there and, nailed himself back on the stake. This all leads to one thing. This whole conversation, we'll just cut it short. It's who Yahuwah favors. That's who's going to be delivered. No matter what you do. It's irrelevant. It all depends on Yahuwah, who Yahuwah has compassion on and who he favors. That's who's going to be delivered and enter his kingdom. Any act at all of obedience or works whatsoever. You think it's going to get you into the kingdom? Is a foolish act, is a foolish thought in my book. So I would just cut to the chase and say it's all up to Yahuwah. We don't have the right to do that. That's why we have that example of the man on the stake. Okay? And Yahuwah said, I say to you this day that you will be with me in paradise. Was just him favoring that man and taking us out of the equation, making our heads spin and saying, "Ooh, I thought you had to do this and I thought you had to do that." No, it's Yahuwah's choice. Matter of fact, I'll go as far as saying that it's predestination. Your name has been written in the Lamb's book of life before the foundations of the world. So your name has to be in the Lamb's book before he created anything. What does that mean? That means your eternal destination is totally absolution of Yahuwah's will. Period. Anybody thinks otherwise, playing with fire. Look at the hands. Go ahead, fellas.
There were other incidences where he gave salvation to someone because I can't remember the exact time, but when they said, do you also save or and he said, what is your do you also forgive sins? And he said, what's the difference? Is it easier to say rise and walk, then your sins are forgiven. So, in other words, I got the impression from that when he does heal someone, he's healing their spirit as well as their body. And that means they didn't have to be immersed at that time for this healing.
Yeah. I want to say if you're looking for a sign, it would be the immersion of the Ruach HaKodesh. You know, once you have the Ruach dwell on you, what else is there, man? There's really no other greater guarantee, is there? Or that you're going to be delivered other than having the Ruach HaKodesh in you. If you have that, there's a pretty good chance you're going to be delivered. Go ahead, Ross.
And also, you're saying about predestination, and we're written in the Lamb's Book of Life from the beginning, which means that we would have had to have been there in the beginning with him.
Either that or he was in the beginning with us.
Yeah.
And the end with us.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not restricted by tenses. Tenses is Yahuwah's creation. He created the tenses. Mm-hmm. And so he's not restricted by the tenses like we are at all. Matter of fact, tenses bow down to his name. They bow down to Yahuwah. Past, present, and future bow the knee to Yahuwah. Go ahead, Chance.
So back to what you were saying, Mark, about the favor, right? Yahuwah favors who he favors. In the name of Yahusha, there's a SH, the Sheen, and it has to do with teeth, right? I meditated on this once for so long, and it came to me, right? So if you say the teeth of an army, it's the destructive forces or capabilities of that army. So what it's saying is Yahusha has the ability and the authority, him alone, to save and to destroy. His teeth give him that ability. It's Yahuwah in the flesh. He's been given all power and authority, so his will be done. If he wants to destroy you, he will. If he wants to save you, he will. You, with your teeth, you might bite somebody and tear them up, but with your teeth, you will also eat food and be satisfied. So you can take and eat, or you can rip and tear. It's like so where it came to me, Mark, is how does Shah mean save? Like without somebody else telling me that it means that, how do I test it myself? That's what I got into right there. And Yahuwah brought that understanding to me. It's the capability and or ability to save or to destroy, to forgive or to retain. The SH in Yahusha's name. I don't know, I thought that'd be interesting.
Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Okay. Sandra, what's up?
So I was just thinking about what Chance was saying, because it's still Yahuwah working his plan going on here, because he brings down one and sets up another. And he had already promised Yusuf he was gonna set him up over his brother, but before he set him up over his brother, he first took him down to humility, to nothingness. Then he brings him back up. He does it all.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're just all playing out Yahuwah's will, man. It's our perception is free will, but what we're really doing is we're all working through Yahuwah's will. We're doing Yahuwah's will is what we're doing. We see it as perception, but we perceive it as free will, but it's really Yahuwah's will. That's what you get to do for each one of us, really. Never his will was for our life before he created anything, is what we're doing through every generation. It's like he told Pharaoh, you were born for this very purpose. Yeah. That's what he told Pharaoh. You know, somebody tells you were born for this very purpose. You who tells you that, how are you going to deny his will? All right. Any more thoughts, comments, or questions on birthdays or anything that we've gone over so far? If not, let's see. We're going to need a reader for chapter 41. Who wants to read that one? Joe, go ahead.
Okay, 41. And it came to be at the end of 2 years' time that Pharaoh had a dream and saw him standing by the river and saw 7 cows coming up out of the river, fine looking and fat. And they fed against the reeds. Then saw 7 other cows coming up after them out of the river, ugly and lean of flesh, and stood by the other cows on the bank of the river. And the ugly and lean of flesh cows ate up the 7 fine looking and fat cows. Then Pharaoh awoke, and he slept and dreamed a second time, and saw 7 heads of grain coming up on one stalk, plump and good, and saw 7 lean heads scorched by the east wind coming up after them. And the 7 lean heads swallowed the 7 plump and complete heads. Then Pharaoh awoke and saw it was a dream. And it came to be in the morning that his ruach was moved, and he sent and called for all the magicians in Mitzrayim and all its wise men. And Pharaoh related to them his dreams, but there was no one that could interpret them for Pharaoh. Then the chief cupbearer spoke to Pharaoh, saying, I remember my crimes this day, when Pharaoh was wroth with his servants and put me in the confinement of the house of the captain of the guard, both me and the chief baker. Each one of us dreamed a dream in one lie, he and I. Each of us dreamed according to the interpretation of his own dream. And there was with us a Hebrew youth, a servant of the captain of the guard, and we related to him, and he interpreted our dreams for us. To each man he interpreted according to his own dream. And it came to be as he interpreted for us, so it came to be. He restored me to my office, and he hanged him. Then he restored me. Okay. Then Pharaoh sent and called Yusuf. And they hurriedly brought him out of the dungeon, and he shaved and changed his garments and came to Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said to Yusuf, I have dreamed a dream, and there is no one to interpret it. Now I myself have heard it said of you that you understand a dream to interpret it. And Yusuf answered Pharaoh, saying, It is not in me. Let Elohim answer Pharaoh with peace. And Pharaoh said to Yusuf, See, in my dream I stood on the bank of the river and saw 7 cows coming up out of the river, fine looking and fat, and they fed amongst the reeds. Then saw 7 other cows coming after them, poor and very ugly and lean of flesh, such ugliness as I have never seen in all the land of Mitzrayim. And the lean of flesh and ugly cows ate up the first 7, the fat cows. When they had eaten them up, no one would have known that they had eaten them, for they were as ugly as at the beginning. Then I awoke. Also, I looked in my dream and saw 7 heads coming up on one stalk, complete and good. Then saw 7 heads withered, lean, scorched by the east wind, coming up after them. And the lean heads swallowed the 7 good heads. And I spoke to the magicians, that there was no one who could explain it to me. And Yusuf said to Pharaoh, The dream of Pharaoh is one. Elohim has shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good cows are 7 years, and the 7 good heads are 7 years. It is one dream. And the 7 lean and ugly cows which came up after them are 7 years. And the 7 empty heads scorched by the east winds are 7 years of scarcity of food. This is the word which I spake to Pharaoh. Elohim has shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. See, 7 years of great plenty are coming in all the land of Mitzrayim. But after them, 7 years of scarcity of food shall arise, and all the plenty be forgotten in the land of Mitzrayim. And the scarcity of food shall destroy the land, and the plenty shall not be remembered in the land, because of the scarcity of food following, for it is very severe. And the dream was repeated by Pharaoh twice, because the word is established by Elohim, and Elohim is hastened to do it. And now let Pharaoh look for a discerning and wise man, and set him over the land of Mitzrayim. Let Pharaoh do this, and let him appoint overseers of the land, over the land, to take up 1/5 of the land of Mitzrayim in the 7 years of plenty. And let them gather all the food of those good years that are coming, and store up grain under the hand of Pharaoh, and let them keep food in the cities. And the food shall be for a store for the land for the 7 years of scarcity of food, which shall be in the land of Mitzrayim. And do not let the land be cut off by the scarcity of food. And the word was good in the eyes of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of all his servants. And Pharaoh said to his servants, could we find another like man, a man in whom is the Ruach of Elohim? Then Pharaoh said to Yusuf, since Elohim has shown you all this, there is no one as discerning and wise as you. Be over my house, you yourself, and at your mouth all my people shall kiss. Only in the throne I am greater than you. And Pharaoh said to Yusuf, see, I have set you over all the land of Mitzrayim. And Pharaoh took his seal ring off his hand and put it on Yusuf's hand. And he dressed him in garments of fine linen, and put a gold chain around his neck. And he had him ride in the second chariot which he had. And they cried out before him, bow the knee. And he set him over all the land of Mitzrayim. And Pharaoh said to Yusuf, I am Pharaoh, and without a word from you, let no man lift his hand or foot in all the land of Mitzrayim. And Pharaoh called Yusuf's name Zaphnath Paneah, and he gave him as an Asha Asnath, the daughter of Poti-Pharaoh, chief priest of On. And Yusuf went out over the land of Mitzrayim. Now Yusuf was 30 years old when he stood before the Pharaoh sovereign of Mitzrayim. And Yusuf went out from the presence of Pharaoh, and went throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. And in the 7 years of plenty, the ground brought forth generously. And he gathered all the food of the 7 years which were in the land of Mitzrayim, and laid up the food in the cities. He laid up in every city the food of the fields which surrounded them. Thus Yusuf gathered very much grain, as the sand of the sea, until he ceased counting, for it was without number.
Okay, hang on, man. All right. How did they know that Joseph was 30 years old? How did they know that? Anybody? Chandra?
Wasn't he 17 when his brothers threw him into the pit?
Now, how did they know that?
I don't know. Aren't these writings what Yahuwah gave Musha to write these first 5 books?
Yeah.
So Yahuwah must have told him.
Okay. So it's okay to keep track of your birthday is what you're telling me. If Yahuwah does it, it's okay for us to do it?
I don't think he's keeping track of his birthday. He's just telling him about his deliverance day. How long he was 13 years. He was 13 years before he came into his office as the deliverer.
How do you know how old somebody is?
Somebody told me
Yeah, because somebody knows somebody's birthday. That's how.
Oh, okay. The day they came for.
Yeah,
They have to. Yahuwah knew it
yeah.
because he sure did mention that 17 when he
So
got
I
his
don't
coat
think
in the colors.
it's not a problem to record your birthday or tell somebody when your birthday is. You know,
Because he knows all. He's
that's
omnipotent.
gone overboard to say it does.
Huh?
Okay. So here we see again Joseph dream coming true. So far, 3 of them has come true out of the 4 that we know of, and they were accurate. And here we go. Joseph is elevated again from the pit up high again. This time, he's really elevated. Okay, he's in charge of the biggest and baddest kingdom on the planet at this time in history,
He's establishing that dream he gave him.
which was the Egyptians. Egyptians were the most powerful kingdom. So here Joseph, this little 30-year-old Hebrew, is in charge of the world, basically. Go ahead, Roz.
It was 2 years from when he had given the interpretation of the dream for the cupbearer and the bread. And so I think that was because he had asked the cupbearer to not forget him, that he was in there for no good reason because he hadn't done anything that they did, that they had said he did. And so I think the message there is that we are to just rely on Yahuwah and nobody else. And I mean, that's really blatantly being said right there. Not by me, by the scripture. And then that's the second time Potiphar is in his life. So he was in his life, he was sold to him, and now he's getting his daughter. So there had to be some kind of forgiveness there from Potiphar, or else he wouldn't have accepted that. He must know the story or something, and that he didn't do what that the wife said that he did, or something.
But this is a different Potiphar than the one that was chief guard for Pharaoh. This Potiphar is a priest of On. So that's a different Potiphar than the one that he was sold to in his household with the lustful wife.
The first one wasn't a pharaoh. He was Pharaoh's guard, master guard.
Pharaoh's guard. Uh-huh.
He wasn't Pharaoh. This is Pharaoh here. And so basically Joseph is the second in charge. Just the only one that's got more power in Egypt than Joseph is Pharaoh himself. I mean, he put his ring on Joseph's hand, which means that every time Joseph sealed something or put his stamp on something, it was Pharaoh's stamp, Pharaoh's name. So he basically made Joseph a pharaoh is what he did.
So does that have anything to do with the sign of the seal, the signet, and the staff that Yehuda gave Tamar when he thought she was a prostitute until he got the goat back to her? Does that have any relationship? The signet?
Yeah, I mean,
the staff?
Their seal was basically their signature.
But isn't that have the seal of promise? Doesn't it have a relationship to the seal of promise, which is the Ruach Kadesh?
I don't know about that.
Yahusha said we got to take up our staff and deny ourselves and follow him daily.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. Maybe it sounds reasonable.
Sounds. I don't know. I'm just getting that in my mind.
I mean, there was 1 million people carrying staffs. I mean, I don't, how far we take.
I just don't get how he could just give up something that important. I mean.
So he was wanting love, man.
But see, she wanted a guarantee, so that's why she asked for that. She
Yeah,
wasn't
because
looking for
he
that goat.
He wasn't paying her.
He wasn't looking for that goat. She was looking for a guarantee.
That he would pay her.
No, she knew that he was gonna accuse her when he found out that she was impregnated. She knew he was gonna accuse her, and so she had something to get her out of that death sentence.
He didn't know who she was. She had
He
a
didn't know
veil.
who she was, but she knew who she was.
Yeah, she knew.
She
And
knew
she
who
was
she
acting
was.
like a prostitute. She wanted us. So, what are you going to give me if I have sex with you? And he said, I'll give you this, but he didn't have it with him. So she goes, well, what are you going to leave here as collateral till you come back with my payment? He said, well, I'll leave this, this, and this. Okay.
And she left.
Yeah. Well, she left because she got what she wanted, which was proof that he had sex with her.
Yeah, she wanted a deliverance for her life. She knew that what
And
she was
that's
doing.
exactly to Sister Sandra's point. She knew it was going to come back on her, and she wanted protection against the wrath.
So there's a little deception and treachery going on there.
Yeah, but how did she know that he didn't have any money to pay her until he told her that he didn't have money to pay her? And so then she asked for collateral. You tell me she had foreknowledge of that? She was a prophetess?
She asked for a pledge. She wanted something. She wanted something to get her out of that situation. She knew she wasn't supposed to have been out there playing that
She
prostitute.
was definitely being deceitful.
It's like the circus today. They have a hidden heart. It talks about it in Proverbs about the strange usher with the hidden heart.
Mhm.
Okay, I got to get off on that tangent.
All right, so what is this 7 years of plenty and 7 years of famine? Is there any spiritual message behind that? Fellas?
Would it be the 7 years that Earth has to survive? I mean, mankind. Yeah.
7,000 years? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's talking about the seventh millennium, or the seven millenniums that mankind has survived. Maybe. Anybody else got any thoughts of what it might be? Sandra?
So does it have to do with it's going to be 7 years it talks about in Revelation, and then 3.5 years of those is the years of distress. So it's talking about the 7 years of plenty when the truth was going forth, and now there's the famine where it's been mixed up with poison doctrine and stuff. So he's talking about that. He's trying to deliver them from the scarcity of food that he's about to bring forth. And mostly we know that from our previous studies, the scarcity of food he's talking about is lack of the truth. I think it talks about that in Amos chapter 9, a thirst for the water, a thirst for the bread, is talking about the truth of the word in the Ruach Kadesh, the drought.
It could be that it's depicting 7 years of the final 7 years with 3.5 of plenty and 3.5 of sorrow. I mean, maybe, but I'm not sure why they're using 7 and 7 now. Well, I don't see that correlation, but it could be.
Isn't 7 the representation of the completion and the perfection?
Yeah, Hebrew number 7 is perfection.
Yeah,
completion.
The completion and the confection. So he's talking. Okay, So remember when Yahushua, he came forth during the 4,000 millennium, and at that time death was reigning. There was no deliverance until that 4,000 millennium came, and he brought it forth for us. He complete. Remember when he was hung on the stake, he said, "It is finished." Shalom.
Yeah, I think you're really getting close. Anybody else got any thoughts on this? 7 and 7. Does the first and the last bring anything to mind? Phyllis?
He walks amidst the 7 candlesticks.
No, I don't think so. At least to my understanding, I don't think so. Anybody else? Okay, so 7 days of creation, plenty, and 7 days of famine, the last 7 final years of death and destruction. 7 and 7. Okay, everybody follow me on that one?
Say it again, brother.
Huh?
Say it again so I can write it down.
Oh, well, the first 7 days of creation, the beginning, the first, right, which was plenty. And then the final 7 years, which would be the end, or, death and destruction to all, really. And don't forget the final 7 split in half. That week is split in half, meaning there's going to be 3.5 years of peace and safety, and then 3.5 years of death and destruction. But I don't want to confuse with that, so we'll stay with the 7 and 7. That's just what came to my mind. I mean,
All esteem to Yahushua. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else got any spiritual insight, thoughts, comments, questions, anything at all up to this point? Joseph's at the top of the mountain now, isn't he? He's out of the valley of death. He's up top of the mountain now. Look at, hang on a minute.
So does that mean his testing period is over? He's been placed in position. Yeah. He's been placed in his appointed position to be a deliverer for his family during them 7 years of famine. It's still Yahuwah working his plan, right? Amazing, amazing. Woo.
All right. I'm gonna skip that part. All right. Anybody? Nothing else that anybody want to say anything?
Don't skip it. Go ahead. It came to your mind. Don't skip it.
No, I'm gonna skip it. Go ahead, June.
I was looking up here. The chief cupbearer spoke to Pharaoh, saying, "I remember my crimes this yom." I thought that was interesting because we've seen that he was let go from being involved in this crime. So it seems that his crime that he's referring to is forgetting all about Joseph back in the prison house.
Yeah. So where are you seeing that at?
41:9. 41. Oh. Is that where we're at?
Yeah, I'm over here.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, in 41:9, Chief Cupbearer spoke to Pharaoh, saying, I remember my crimes this yom. So it doesn't seem like he's admitting to, they were both put in prison for that crime, but it seems like here he's calling it a crime because he has forgotten
Oh,
about Joseph, because Joseph had asked him in 40 and 14, he says, remember me when it is well with you. And it had gotten well with him long before that time.
yeah, I mean, that could be. Does it ever tell us what the baker did and the cupbearer did to be thrown in prison? It really doesn't, does it? I mean, so we almost have to use our imagination on that one. But yeah, I see what you're saying. I would just want to guess that the cupbearer brought him a dirty cup. It wasn't clean. Maybe and that's why he got in trouble. And that baker, he must have had a bad day when he was cooking that cake. Must have tasted horrible. You're going to chop his head off for it.
It was death in that cake.
Cake full of blackbirds.
Blackbird.
Maybe that's where that riddle came from. How's that go?
I don't know why that just pops into my head there.
What's that kid's song? The blackbirds being picked in a pie. Maybe that's where that came from.
Now we know all those fables and riddles was the devil was mocking our creator and his truth.
That's right. I think that a
Including
lot of
those
those
cartoons and
childish,
stuff that we were proven for.
yeah, I think them childish riddles and stuff came from the devil. I really do.
From the devil. He was mocking Yahuwah.
Yeah, I think so.
That's why we don't get carried about with every wind of doctrine.
Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. Jack jumped over the candlestick. That's referring to jack-o'-lanterns, right? It has to be. Okay, so that could be. I mean, that's a possibility, Jill. A baker snuck a little bit of bread. That's what he got thrown in there for. He stole Pharaoh's bread. That could be. All right, man. Who wants to read chapter 41? Joe, go, man.
Okay, we're not finished with 41.
Oh, we're not done yet?
We're on verse 50.
Verse 50. Hang on a minute.
I just thought I'd make sure that you wanted to finish that.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and finish that.
Okay. And to Yusuf was born 2 sons before the years of scarcity of food came, whom Asenath, the daughter of Potiphera, priest of On, bore to him. And Yusuf called the name of the firstborn Manasseh, for Elohim has made me forget all my toil and all my father's house. And the name of the second he named Ephraim, for Elohim had caused me to bear fruit in the land of my affliction. And the 7 years of plenty which were in the land of Mitzrayim came to an end. And the 7 years of scarcity of food began to come, as Yusuf had said. And the scarcity of food was in all lands, but in all the land of Mitzrayim was there bread. There was bread. But when all the land of Mitzrayim hungered, and the people cried to Pharaoh for bread, Pharaoh said to all the Mitzrites, go to Yusuf, do whatever he says to you. And the scarcity of food was over all the face of the Eretz, and Yusuf opened all the storehouses and sowed to the Mitzrites. And the scarcity of food was severe in the land of Mitzrayim, and all the Eretz came to Yusuf in Mitzrayim to buy grain, because the scarcity of food was severe in all the Eretz.
Okay. This jumps out at me because this is saying there was a worldwide famine, right? And is this ringing any bells to anybody? Is this any spiritual thing jumping out at you on this one? So there was we had 7 years of scarcity of food. And so the scarcity of food was all over the face of the Eretz. So it was a worldwide famine. And Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold to the Mitzrites. And the scarcity of food was severe. And all the Eretz came to Joseph to buy grain because the scarcity of food was severe in all the Eretz. So worldwide famine, 7 years of scarcity. What spiritual insight are we being given here? I mean, this one's huge. Sandra?
So is this sort of like what it talks about in Amos 8:11? See, Yomim will come and declares the Master Yahuwah that I shall send a famine in the land, not a famine for bread, nor a thirst for water, but the hearing of the words of Yahuwah.
Yep.
And they shall wander from sea to sea, from north to east, and they shall diligent search, seeking the word of Yahuwah, but they shall not find it.
Yeah. So when's that going to happen?
It's happening now.
I got one sitting right here on my desk. You got one in your hand.
Got to struggle for the truth right now. That's what we have about.
Ain't no famine.
This
You
is
see it right in your hand right there. You're flipping pages. When's this
is
going to happen?
Establishing the nations here. Remember that coat of many colors
And
that he
the
had on?
7 years of scarcity of food began to come. When is that going to happen? What we just talked about just a few minutes ago.
During the end times.
There you go. Through the final 7 years. So apparently, they're going to do violence to the Torah, meaning they're going to destroy. It's going to be illegal to own Torah, I think, in these final 7 years. They're going to eliminate the scriptures. And it's going to be hard to find a copy of the scriptures in the final 7 years. Is what it sounds like to me. And so there's going to be a famine for the word of Yahuwah. The only way you're really going to find it is look with Joseph. Who do you think Joseph is representing here? The scarcity of food was all over the face of the earth. First of all, does that mean that how did the people from Argentina or China or Hawaii or Germany were all coming down there to Egypt? It says all over the whole world. No, of course not. They didn't even know those places existed back then, did they? But they did. So the scarcity of food was all over the face of the earth. This has to be a type or foreshadow. And Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold to the Mitzrites. What is Joseph representing here? Chance?
The scattered tribes of Yashrael starting to, bring forth their walking Turas, They're starting to wake up and everybody's coming to the elect for truth.
Yeah. Right. So Joseph representing the 144,000, 12,000 from each 12 tribe. That's going to go out and open up the storehouses. They're going to give the people food to eat, right? The food from the heaven.
So is this the awakening? Because he said he's going to pour out his ruach upon our flesh. And he said, open unto you the windows of heaven and pour into us his word. He's representing, isn't he representing deliverance through Yahusha? Outpour the Ruach Kadesh.
I think you're mixing passages a little
Mixes?
bit.
Okay.
I think that's too
I'm
much
sorry.
of a mix.
Too much of a
Sorry,
mix.
I'm just studying with you, man. I talk to Yahuwah. Anybody else? Okay, so to me, this is a type and foreshadow of the final 7 years allotted to mankind, and there's going to be a scarcity of food, but not food that you eat or drink, but of the word of Yahuwah. And so therefore it seems like they'll be doing violence to the Torah by taking it and possibly burning it, and getting rid of it. It's almost, I don't want to say revenge, but remember when they took and burned all those books from in Ephesus, and they were worth 50,000 pieces of silver. Almost like Satan's getting a revenge here by burning all the Torah, the words of Yahuwah. Then it's going to be very rare to be able to get your hands on one. You know what I'm saying? Don't forget, Satan likes to copycat what Yahuwah does. Y'all picking up and I'm laying down on that one?
He did that in Alexandria, didn't he?
That was in Ephesia. Now the library. Remember I showed you a picture of the library last night?
They do it during the time of the Inquisition too.
Yeah, I meant Satan got even with them when he destroyed the books in the Library of Alexandria, wasn't it?
Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, there's countries right now. There's not a lot of them. Most of them are, Asian, but and Middle Eastern. But there's some right now that if they catch you with a copy of Scripture, they'll kill you. You're not allowed to have them. Against the law to have them, So yeah, it's happening right now, but not on a worldwide stage. This is speaking of worldwide, because first of all, it says that there became a scarcity of food was all over the whole face of the Eretz. And then if you go to Amos, turn over there to Amos. This is probably important to be able to see this. This isn't isolated, this is an isolated incident here. So if you go to Amos, eight, see it says in 12, and they shall wander from sea to sea, from north to east, and they shall diligently search, seeking the word of Yahuwah, but they shall not find it. It seems to indicate worldwide search. So something's going to happen. Maybe after World War III, they're going to blame all that carnage on religions. And therefore, they're going to try to eliminate all religions and establish a one world religion so that everybody's in agreement. And a one world government as well. So they'll probably try to blame the carnage on World War III, on religions and governments, and therefore here comes the Antichrist on the world stage, and he's going to eliminate all the religions and reduce it down to one. And the Antichrist, the false prophet, and the Antichrist will do the same with the governments. They'll reduce them all down to one government. And at that point, it's probably when they're going to make it illegal to possess a religious book, what they call it, what in their minds would be a religious book, would be the Bible, in their minds. But they're going to have something that they're going to use, whether it's going to be no-hide laws or something or whatever. I'm sure there's going to be something they use. The controllers have to control, You have to have something to control with. Okay, so I mean, Habakkuk gives us a little bit of hint of that too. If you want to look at that over Habakkuk, and that would be chapter 1, 1 through 5, and especially in 4. Therefore, the Torah ceases, and right ruling never goes forth. So 1 through 5 there. And then look at 2. Yahuwah, till when shall I cry and you not hear? I cry to you violence and you do not save. Why do you show me wickedness and cause me to see perversity? For ruin and violence are before me. And there was strife and contention arises. Therefore, the Torah ceases. See that? So it sounds like after the war, World War III is when the Torah will cease. And there'll be a famine in the land for the word of Yahuwah. Final 7 years. So you know what that kind of tells us in a way? Even though there really isn't, it doesn't really put it on a timeline. It really doesn't tell us if World War III is going to happen before the tribulation years, during the middle of the tribulation years, or after the 3.5 years starts. It really doesn't tell us that. But this seems to indicate that it's going to be before the final 7 years starts, doesn't it? It seems to give us a hint of that, because it says after strife and contention, the Torah ceases. So it seems to be giving us a clue to that World War III is going to come before the final 7 years starts, or at least before the tribulation years starts, for sure. When's Armageddon happen? At the end of the tribulation years. So Armageddon is the climax of the tribulation years. And it's going to be isolated. It's more focused on the Middle East, whereas World War III is going to be worldwide. It's going to be a world war. All right. All right. So thoughts, comments, questions on this? That's huge, man. That's extremely, this 7 years, the scarcity is huge. And notice it comes after these 7 years of abundance. And so if they would have wasted everything that they had when they had the abundance, and they would have wasted it, then they wouldn't have survived the 7 years of scarcity. So then, in a way, that's telling us that the last Natsarim, if they waste their time and they don't learn Torah and study it and read it, like we're doing right now, they're wasting their time. The years of abundance is being wasted. So when the 7 years of scarcity comes, when the Torah ceases, they're not going to be able to do nothing because they're not going to know the Torah. So the 144,000 are those that are willing to sacrifice their time. Why it's the years are abundant in there. So they're taking the word of Yahuwah and storing it inside their self, inside their storehouse, in their body, in their mind, their heart. Even you might not think you have it in there, but when you need it, it's going to be there. It'll come out then. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I've always thought that our teacher has provided you, his mouthpiece, to prepare us for that.
Yeah, I've always long thought that myself. Who's leaving? Oh, is you leaving? Oh.
No, I think I'm saying bye to June and Joe. I don't know. They were waving, so I'm just waving.
Who's leaving?
We're saying bye to Chance. He's got to go put the kids down.
Oh, Chance got to go do the kids.
Shabbat shalom, brothers and sisters.
Shabbat shalom, bro. Chan.
Love you all. Thank you.
Love you, man.
I'll try to get back on if I can.
Wash along. Enjoy those babies.
Oh, I do. Love you
Love
all.
you, brother.
All right. Take care of them youngins. Go ahead, Roz.
This takes us back to the virgins that were smart and the ones that were not, filling
Yeah.
their
Yeah.
and other ones being half full and losing it, before he comes. So
That's in Matthew 25, 5 wise and 5 foolish.
mhm.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. That's, I think it definitely pointing toward it. Yeah, boy, Yahuwah is amazing, isn't he? Man. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Ross.
I wanted to say this. Isn't that what the one that's in the that house that's being remodeled right now? Isn't he the one that's saying that everything is coming up and they're going to be making more money and all the things are coming back and everything's getting more powerful, that the United States is getting bigger and all because of him?
I'll tell you what, man.
This is the 7 years? Couldn't that be the 7 years?
I don't know. It's a funny thing because as ridiculous as sometimes I see that is once in a great while he'll do something. I'll say, well, maybe he is the Antichrist, But yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe just coincidence. I don't know. Okay, so we'll know. Don't worry, we'll know.
Well, when they say peace, peace, it says when they say peace, peace, look for sudden destruction.
Yeah, he just did something again over there in Israel again. But it wasn't just him. It was some other nations too. And I can't remember what it was. Just like happened like a day or two ago. So yeah, he's making news left and right, man. I don't know. I can't remember what that was. I guess I'm gonna start bookmarking that stuff so I can show it to you. All right. Thoughts, comments, questions. We heavy duty stuff, right? We just went over some really powerful stuff there. Extremely important to understand that. I mean, there's a reason why we're seeing 7 years, 7 years, 7 years, 7 years, 7 years, 7 lean, 7 empty. I mean, just on and on and on in that chapter. I mean, I think Yahuwah is trying to beat us upside the head with 7 years, to wake us up to what's going on or what's going to happen. But anyway, who wants to read 42? We got time for 42. Anybody want to do that one? Oz, go ahead.
42. And when Jacob saw that there was grain in Mitzrayim, Jacob said to his sons, why do you look at each other? And he said, see, I have heard that there is grain in Mitzrayim. Go down to that place and buy for us there, and let us live and not die. And Joseph's 10 brothers went down to buy grain in Mitzrayim. But Jacob did not send Joseph's brother Benjamin with his brothers, for he said, lest some harm come to him. And the sons of Israel went to buy grain among those who journeyed, for the scarcity of food was in the land of Canaan. And Joseph was the governor over the land. He was the one who sold to all the people of the land. And Joseph's brothers came and bowed down before him with their faces to the earth. And Joseph saw his brothers and recognized them. But he acted as a stranger to them and spoke to them harshly and said to them, where do you come from? They said, from the land of Canaan to buy food. So Joseph recognized his brothers, but they did not recognize him. And Joseph remembered the dreams which he had dreamt about them, and said to them, you are spies. You have come to see the nakedness of the land. And they say to him, no, my master, but your servants have come to buy food. We're all one man's sons. We're trustworthy. Your servants are not spies. But he said to them, no, but you have come to see the nakedness of the land. And they said, your servants are 12 brothers, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan. And see, the youngest is with our father today, and one is no more. And Joseph said to them, it is as I spoke to you, saying, you are spies. By this you shall be proven. By the life of Eric, you do not leave this place unless your youngest brother comes here. Send one of you and let him bring your brother while you are kept in prison. So let your words be proven to see whether there is any truth in you, or else, by the life of Eric, you are spies. And he put them all together in prison for 3 yeomen. Now Joseph said to them, the third yeoman, do this and live, for I fear Allahim. If you are trustworthy, let one of your brothers be confined to your prison house, and you go bring grain for the scarcity of food of your houses, and bring your youngest brother to me, and let your words be confirmed, and you do not die. So they did, and they say to each other, truly we are guilty concerning our brother, for we saw the distress of his life when he pleaded with us, yet we did not listen. That is why this distress has come upon us. And Reuben answered them, saying, did I not speak to you, saying, do not sin against the boy? And you will not listen? And see, his blood is now required of us. And they did not know that Joseph understood them, for he spoke to them through an interpreter. And he turned himself away from them and wept, but came back to them and spoke to them. And he took Shimon from them and bound him before their eyes. And Joseph commanded, and they filled their sacks with grain, also to put back every man's silver to his sack, and to give them food for the journey. And thus it was done for them. So they loaded their donkeys with the grain and went from there. And as one of them opened his sack to give his donkey fodder at the lodging place, he saw his silver, for there it was in the mouth of his sack. For he said to his brother, my silver has been returned, and there it is, it's in the sack. And their hearts sank, and they were afraid, saying to each other, what is this that Elohim has done to us? So they came to Jacob, their father, in the land of Canaan, and reported to him all that befell them, saying, the man, the master of the land, spoke to us harshly, and took us for spies of the land. But we say to him, we are trustworthy. We're not spies, we're 12 brothers, sons of our father. One is no more, and the youngest is today with our father in the land of Canaan. And the man, the master of the land, said to us, by this I know that you are trustworthy. Leave one of your brothers here with me, and take food for the scarcity of food of your households, and go. And bring your youngest brother to me. Then I know that you are not spies, but that you are trustworthy. I give your brother to you, and you move about in the land. And it came to be as they emptied their sacks, that look, the bundle of each man's silver was in his sack. And when they and their father saw the bundles of silver, they were afraid. And Jacob, their father, said to them, you have bereaved me. Joseph is no more, and Shimon is no more. And you will take Benjamin, and this is against me. All this is against me. So Reuben spoke to his father, saying, take the lives of my 2 sons if I do not bring him back to you. Put him in my hand, and I myself bring him back to you. But he said, my son is not going down with you, for his brother is dead, and he is left alone. If any harm shall come to him along the way in which you go, then you will bring down my gray hair with sorrow to the grave.
All right, thanks, Oz. Okay, so interesting, huh? So, anybody got any thoughts, comments, questions on this chapter 42? Go ahead, folks.
Boy, talk about favoring the youngest son.
Yeah. Yeah. So Joseph is getting, I don't know, revenge here. He's definitely messing with their minds, right? And they don't recognize him probably because how young he was when they did what they did. And he's matured now, And so I think he went into captivity at 17. And what is he, 30 now or older? So yeah, that's why they're not recognizing him. Plus, he's probably shaven and has makeup all over his face, and that, you know, that's what the Egyptians used to do back then. And so he's messing with their minds for sure here, kind of being kind of deceitful here all at the same time about all this, but in a way to so he can see his younger brother Benjamin. So Joseph and Benjamin were full-blooded brothers, and so he's probably using the situation to get his younger brother there so he could see him again. And he's testing these other ones that sold him into slavery to see if they've changed, what kind of men they've become. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Is there any spiritual insight anybody's connecting to this? What Joseph's doing here? Go ahead, Ross.
It's like he's kind of making them relive it all and show them their errors of their ways, that the Father's doing that through him. And because what they did was deceitful, he's not going to hold back anything for them because he's wanting them to survive. So he's not doing anything underhanded to them except trying to show them what they did was wrong. You know, without saying those words, he's just showing that, you know, it wasn't good because it's bringing up all those old memories. But he would have been probably about 37, because if at 30, that's when that dream that he interpreted for the 7 years of, and then the 7 years of famine, 7 years of plenty, and 7 years of famine would have been, he would have been at least 37. Maybe a little older, maybe like 39, because somewhere in the midst.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? Any thoughts or comments? So this goes on up to, I think, through about chapter 47 here. So I think we'll go ahead, Ross.
Something that just came to me is that he's not really the book is not anything really but about Joseph during this time. Mm-hmm. And so it means that they're not really doing anything for Yahuwah, the other brothers. It's not mentioned. He's the only one that's mentioned, and he's doing the work of the Father. So what were they doing, during that time? Were they going backwards? And so, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they were, during their doing what they were been doing. They were herding the sheep and the goats and doing everything they were doing when Joseph was sold into slavery. Go ahead, Sandra. Yeah, Sandra, go ahead.
So I was wondering, is this part of like the scattering? This is part of the scattering. They started scattering after they did that to Joseph, when that's why Yehuda went to a Dulamite, because they were being the other 11 sons were being scattered. They were out there in idolatry, trying to hide their sin and stuff. It's sort of like the way we are today, scattered. among the nations and not in unity and oneness with Yahuwah. Because right now he's getting ready to establish them as a nation. That's why he's bringing Joseph, Yaakov down to Mitzrayim through this famine. Because this is the prophecy he gave, remember the prophecy he gave Abraham, your seed will be in bondage for 400 years, and then I will bring them out. The prophecy of the deliverance. Kind of what I'm seeing a little bit of.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of. Don't forget, we don't want to jump ahead, but don't forget, that a great nation comes from Joseph, and even a greater nation is going to come from him as well, with Ephraim and Manasseh. And so I think when we get into that, we'll start seeing a little bit more of what you're talking about, but still not quite yet. It may be a little bit of simmering going on there, and it hasn't started boiling yet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it's coming. It's coming, that's for sure. Okay, and Yehuda, ironically, hooks up with Benjamin later on, They become the southern tribe. So that's kind of ironic, too. Because Reuben and Simon lose the blessing of the firstborn. It passes down to Yehuda, and so there's your first, and then Benjamin's the last, and he hooks up with the first, and so that becomes kind of an amazing thing too. That's all coming later on, probably, maybe not next week or the week after, something like that. Next week or the week after, probably.
So they sowed deceit in selling him to the Ishmaelites, and so he's using deceit in providing them food, because it sounds like he got a little grudge going on there.
Yeah, he does. Got a little bit of a grudge.
He's got a little grudging going on there, because he's remembering, and they don't want it. They're trying to hide their deceit, and he knows it because he knows where they're coming from. He got there by them being deceitful to him. And their jealousy. Sort of like Shaitan's jealousy with Yahusha.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really an amazing story, man. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, very amazing story. There's a lot here for sure. You guys want to read another chapter, or you want to get off? It's been 4 hours.
We can read another one.
Who wants to read it? 43. Who wants to read 43?
I'll read it if nobody wants to read it. Sandra, go ahead.
Barashith, Genesis chapter 43. But the scarcity of food was severe in the land, and it came to be, when they had eaten up the grain which they had brought forth from Mitzrayim, that their father said to them, go back and buy us a little food. But Yehuda spoke to him, saying, the man vehemently warned us, saying, you do not see my face unless your brother is with you. And if you let our brother go with us, if you let our brother go with us, we go down and buy you food. But if you do not let him go, we do not go down, because the man said to us, you do not see my face unless your brother is with you. And Yeshua said, why did you do evil to me to inform the men that you still have another brother? they said. The man kept saying about us and our relatives. The man kept asking about us and our relatives, saying, is your father still alive? Have you another brother? And he informed him according to these words. How could we know that he would say, bring your brother down? And Yehuda said to Yisrael, his father, send the boy with me. Let us arise and go and live and not die, both we and you, and also our little ones. I myself shall stand guarantee for him. From my hand, you are to require him. If I do not bring him back to you and set him before you, then let me bear the blame forever. For if we had not delayed, truly by now, we could have returned this second time. And their father Yeshua said to them, if so, then do this. Take some of the best fruit of the land in your vessels and bring a present down for the man, a little balm, a little honey, spices and myrrh, nuts and almonds, and take double silver in your hand, and take back in your hand the silver that was returned in the mouth of your sacks. It could have been a mistake. And take your brother and arise and go back to the man. And Al Shaddai give to you compassion before the man, so that he shall release your other brother and Benjamin. And if I am bereaved, I'm bereaved. And the man took that present, and Benjamin, and they took double the amount of silver in their hand, and arose and went down to Mitzrayim and stood before Yosef. Yosef saw Benjamin with them and said to the one over his household, bring the men home and make great slaughter and prepare for these men or to eat with me at noon. And the man did as Yosef said, and the man brought the man into Yosef's house. And the men were afraid because they were brought into Yosef's house. And they said, it is because of the silver which was put into our sacks the first time that we are brought in, to throw himself upon us and fall upon us, to take us as slaves, our donkeys too. So they came near to the man over the house of Yosef and spoke to him at the door of the house, and said, oh, my master, we indeed came down the first time to buy food, but it came to be when we came to the lodging place that we opened our sacks, and each man's silver in the mouth of his sack, our silver in its weight, and we have brought it back in our hand, and we have brought down other silver in our hands to buy food. We do not know who put our silver in our sacks. But he said, peace be with you. Do not be afraid. Your Elohim and the Elohim of your father has given you treasure in your sacks. Your silver had come to me. And he brought Shimeon out to them. And the man brought the men into Yosef's house and gave them water, and they washed their feet. And he gave their donkeys fodder. And they made the present ready for Yosef's coming at noon, for they heard that they were to eat there. And when Yosef came home, they brought him the present which was in their hand into the house, and bowed down before him to the arrest. And he asked them about their welfare and said, is your father well, the old man of whom you spoke? Is he still alive? And they said, your servant, our father, is in good health. He is still alive. And they bowed down their heads down and did obeisance. And he lifted his eyes and saw his brother Benjamin, his mother's son, and said, is this your younger brother of whom you spoke to me? And he said, Elohim show you favor, my son. And Yosef hurried for his emotions were deeply moved towards his brother, and he looked for a place to weep and went into his room and wept there. Then he washed his face and came out and controlled himself and said, serve the food. And they set him a place by himself and them by themselves and ate. And the Mizrahites who ate with him by themselves. For the Mizrahites could not eat food with the Hebrews, for that is an abomination to the Mizrahites. And they sat before him, the firstborn according to his birthright, and the youngest according to his youth. And the men looked at each other in astonishment. And he took portions to them from before him. But Benjamin's portion was 5 times as much as any of theirs, and they feared, and they drank with him.
Okay. So here Joseph is showing partiality to his full-blooded brother over the other ones. So it continues. It's just kind of strange. But is there any thoughts, comments, or questions on this chapter? Anything jumping out at anybody? I find it quite amazing that Joseph's, he couldn't control his emotions. And he had to leave and weep and everything and then come back. I mean, the love he has for his brothers and especially Benjamin, is it kind of shows us what, the connection that we have to our families. Even after all these years later, he still has an emotional connection to his bloodline. It just, to me, is an amazing thing.
So it just shows that the deceit that his brothers had, he had some of it in him too.
Yeah, it just goes on.
Yeah, so it's like
it's inherited from Jacob. I mean, Jacob started it all when he deceived Esau, him and his mom. It just seems to be continuing on through that bloodline, being passed on like a family trait or something almost. But it also shows us how humanity is, the characteristic of humanity, how us humans really are. I think we can all see ourselves a little bit in all of this as well. Sandra?
I was kind of puzzled that they was going down there for food when they already had a little honey, a little balm and spices, a little myrrh, nuts, and almonds. So they must have really wanted that grain really bad. Oh, yeah. They already had something to eat.
They had fruit too, Sandra.
What'd you say, Phyllis?
They had what?
They also sent down the best of the fruit.
Yeah, so I'm like, they didn't even have a need to go down there. It's like, I don't want chicken today. So let me go down here and get some of this. Let me go down here and get some of this other food.
I think, what it is wheat was the staple food of these people back then. You know what I'm saying? Everything else was side dishes, so the bread, the wheat was the main dish, the staple food. Kind of like in our society, meat is, so the main thing is meat, and then everything else is a side dish type thing. But back, in this time, it was the bread, the wheat was the main, and it still is. Like over in Europe, bread's the main staple food over there. Still is really. In Europe, it is for sure. So, these were just small side dishes, and I think the one thing here is the silver, and so they took more silver, they gave back the silver, and then added more silver to it, which would have been probably to the Pharaoh, to Joseph, would have been secondary. I would have been primary, but to the Hebrews, it would have been secondary. You can't eat silver. So when you get hungry, you run out of food, you can't eat possessions. So gold and silver means nothing if you're starving to death, right? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I have a question that I've always had. I don't understand when when Joseph collected the food and the grain into the storehouses, did he pay them back for the grain? Because when they wanted their own grain back, they had to pay for it. How did he balance that out? I'm just curious.
I mean, I caught where it said that he sold the grain to the Mitzrites.
I assumed that was just how they did it. Is they had to come and buy it back.
I don't think they were giving it away. I think they had to buy it, because then they bought it, but then he took their silver and put it back in their bag and made it look like they stole their silver back, And here they're giving it back and then taking more silver to buy more with. So I think they were selling it and they weren't giving it away, as far as I can tell, anyway.
But basically, they took it for nothing and then turned around and sold it. When they collected
Oh yeah, the Pharaoh was like a king. It all belonged to him. And so the workers had to go out and work the fields for Pharaoh and give the wheat was Pharaoh's. So he collected it and then he sold it back to the population. Yeah. So under a like a kingship type government, a monarchy and Pharaoh and all this kind of stuff, they own everything. People don't own nothing. They're not even allowed to own private property. The homes that they live in, they have to pay rent to the Pharaoh or the king every month, So it all belongs to the king. Go ahead, Ross.
It actually, this situation goes back to Esau and Jacob, because when he was starving and he said, "What good is my birthright? I don't think I'll be living," basically is what he was saying. So that's coming back to that as well.
Yeah. As I said, gold and silver means nothing if you're starving to death.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else have any thoughts, comments, or questions on this? So we have him now, ate with him. He's seen Benjamin. And look at this. He took portions to them from before him. But Benjamin's portion was 5 times as much as any of theirs. And they feasted and they drank. What do you think they thought of when they piled 5 times as much up in front of Benjamin as anybody else? And isn't it amazing that he made them sit in the order of their birth? So Benjamin would have been the last, but then he became the first, didn't he? Because he had 5 times the portions. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I think they felt kind of guilty and realized what was happening because Benjamin's the only one that wasn't involved.
Sandra?
I say they lacked discernment. They didn't have any discernment whatsoever. They were just like, I don't know. I guess they had a certain amount of fear about them because they should have had some kind of discernment going on, especially after they set them back in order of
If
their.
it was me, okay, and they're sitting there, and all of a sudden they piled up Benjamin's plate 5 times more than anybody else's, I would be thinking, what the heck? Why are they doing that? Why are they giving him all that food? You know, I mean, the thought would have popped into my mind. I'm pretty sure. Go ahead,
They had
Ross.
guilty conscience.
Huh?
Well, they knew
They had a guilty
actually at
conscience
that point.
Whoa. Go ahead, Ross.
They knew actually at that point because Shimon had been with him because they had to leave him, and then they came when they came back. Shimon was brought out, so Shimon knew who he was.
You think? It doesn't say he did. I mean, he was kept in the dungeon.
True.
He was in the dungeon.
True.
I don't think he knew. Sandra?
I was just gonna say Shimon was in prison like he had been put in prison.
Yeah.
Gave him a taste of the medicine he had.
Yeah, he was getting a taste of that prison for sure. I think Simon was probably one of the main culprits that wanted to kill him. The middle kids were the ones that wanted to kill him. You know what I mean?
I thought those were the sons of Bilhah and Zilpah, the handmaids that got all jealous over him. Bilhah and Zilpah's Gad. I think one was named Gad, and the other one name was Asher. I had looked it up. That's
Yeah.
when he first became jealous.
Let's see if I can find that flow chart again.
It was chapter 37, verse 2, Sandra.
Oh, okay.
It was Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. I think that started it all. Something about, looks like Joseph had went out with them and then told on them, reported some bad news on them to his dad, and kind of like what started everything.
Yeah.
It don't say which one wanted to kill him. I think all of them did, except for Reuben.
Reuben didn't want to.
He's the only one that didn't want to.
So here, we can remove Joseph and Benjamin, which were Rachel's children. They weren't involved. Benjamin wasn't involved. And then Dan and the Fatai was Rachel's. I think Rachel gave her concubine first. I think. Or wait a minute. Yeah, wasn't that? But then Leah saw she did it, so then Leah did it. Pretty sure. So Leah's Selpa, she came from Gad and Ashi.
Bilhah had Dan and Naphtali.
So the two, and the other concubine had Dan and the Fati. So they both had 2. And so then Leah's kids were all older. And so Reuben was the oldest, and then Simon, and then Judah, and on down the line like that, pretty sure. So these would have all been the more of the middle children. And I think Rachel gave her handmaiden first. I might be wrong on that one, but if it was, it would have been these two.
Did.
And then these guys, and then, of course, Benjamin was last. He's the youngest. So the middle are these guys right here: Simon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zabulon. Been the middle-aged kids. These two, you can just remove them. That brings us down to 10. So then these two, and Reuben. Oh, I'm doing it on the wrong line. These two, and Reuben. would have been late, first and later. These are the middle ones here. Simon, Levite, Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun. But I'd say they were all involved except for Reuben. Of course, Joseph wasn't. And Benjamin. The rest of them were probably involved. I'd say Simon maybe was the main character and leading the bunch, because he was the second oldest, right? So he probably was leading the rest of them and killing him. It's just
he was the one that had tricked the Shechem them to get circumcised, and then went in and killed all the men. Him and Louis.
Right. Yeah. So he was the second oldest. So he was probably
bloodthirsty.
the ringleader. I'd say a good chance that he was the ringleader, the one that was in prison there. That's just a wild guess. Anybody else? Any thoughts, comments, or questions on that? Go ahead and read 44. Just finish this up, man. It's only been 4.5 hours. Go ahead, Jim.
And he commanded the one over his house, saying, fill the men's sacks with food, as they are able to bear, and put each man's silver in the mouth of his sack. And put my cup, the silver cup, in the mouth of the sack of the youngest, and the silver for his grain. And he did according to the word of Joseph, which he spoke. As soon as the morning was light, the men were sent away, they and their donkeys. And when they had gone out of the city, not having gone far, Joseph said to the one over his house, rise up, follow the men. And when you overtake them, say to them, why have you repaid evil for good? Is this not the one from which my master drinks, and with which he indeed whispers spells? You have done evil in what you have done. So he overtook them and spoke these words to them. And they said to him, why does my master say these words? Far be it from us that your servants should do according to this word. See, we brought back to you from the land of Canaan the silver which we found in the mouth of our sacks. How then should we steal silver or gold from your master's house? With whomever of your servants it is found, he shall die, and we shall become my master's slaves as well. And he said, now also let it be according to your words. He with whom it is found becomes my slave, and you are innocent. And they hurried. Each man let down his sack to the ground, and each opened his sack. And he searched with the oldest first, and with the youngest last, and the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. And they tore their garments, and each man loaded his donkey and went back to the city. And Yehudah and his brothers came to Joseph's house, and he was still there. And they fell before him on the ground. And Joseph said to them, what deed is this you have done? Did you not know that a man like me indeed whispers spells? And Yehudah said, what do we say to my master? What do we speak? Or how do we clear ourselves? Elohim has found out the crookedness of your servants. See, we are my master's slaves, both we and he also with whom the cup was found. But he said, far be it from me to do this. The man in whose hand the cup was found, he becomes my slave. And you go up in peace to your father. And Yehudah came near to him and said, oh, my master, please let your servant speak a word, in my master's hearing, and do not let your displeasure burn against your servant, for you are like Pharaoh. My master asked his servant, saying, have you a father or a brother? And we said to my master, we have a father, an old man, and a young child of his old age, and his brother is dead, and he alone is left of his mother's children, and his father loves him. And you said to your servants, bring him down to me, and let me set my eyes on him. And when we said to my master, the boy is not able to leave his father, for if he leaves his father shall die. But you said to your servants, unless your youngest brother comes down with you, you do not see my face again. And it came to be, when we went up to your servant, my father, that we told him the words of my master. And our father said, go back and buy us a little food. But we said, we are not able to go down. If our youngest brother is with us, then we shall go down. For we are not able to see the man's face unless our youngest brother is with us. Then your servant, my father, said to us, you know that my Asha bore me 2 sons. And the one went out from me, and I said, truly he is torn to pieces, and I have not seen him since. And if you take this one from me too, and harm comes to him, you shall bring down my gray hair with evil to the grave. And now, if I come to your servant, my father, and the boy is not with us, since his own life is bound up in his life, then it shall be, when he sees that the boy is not with us, that he shall die. So your servants shall bring down the gray hair of your servant, our father, with evil to his grave. For your servant went guarantee for the boy to my father, saying, if I do not bring him back to you, then I shall be a sinner before my father forever. And now, please let your servant remain instead of the boy as a slave to my master, and let the boy go up with his brothers. For how do I go up to my father if that boy is not with me, lest I see the evil that would come upon my father? Wow.
Okay, so Yehuda's back, and he's obviously seen the light. So he's volunteering to be the slave, to stay there and be his slave. Just let his little brother go back to his father, so his father don't die from shock, from the anxiety of losing his both of Rachel's children. And so this is a very honorable thing here Yehuda's doing, and I think that this may be why Yehuda was blessed so exceedingly, because of this sacrifice she's offering here. This is huge. So Yehuda becomes not only the largest tribe of all 12 tribes, but really the most blessed. So any thoughts, comments, or questions here? Boy, Joseph's having a field day here, isn't he? He's really getting them now, man. He's got them pinned against the wall. He's having a field day with this. Sandra?
So I kind of noticed that no matter what, they just refused to tell the truth here. They weren't being truly honest.
How so?
Because they didn't say that we sold our brother Yusuf into slavery and stuff that caused. They were still they were just piling it on. They weren't just coming straight. They weren't being straight, Brother Mark.
Why do you think they were doing that?
I don't know. Maybe they're liars from the beginning.
What do you think Joseph would have done if they admitted to doing it? What if they start crying and admitted that they did that and everything, and how much they regretted doing it, and that they would give their lives if their brother would come back and all this and that? What do you think he would have done? Ross?
They never really repented. So that's like a foreshadow, of like not doing it to us, not repenting to the Father.
Is not Yehuda showing some type of remorse here by volunteering to stay so Benjamin can leave?
Now, but before that, no.
Okay. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions on this? Let's see what Jilly has to say. Joseph trying to keep his brother the closest he is to his father and exposing the evil deeds the others did to the father, causing sorrow to the father. Their deeds and lives cause sorrow. So I think Yehuda is kind of tiptoeing around and admitting things in a roundabout way. Go ahead, June.
I was curious about this cup where he whispers spells. I'm like, these Mitzrites, did they really think he knew so much about these people just simply because he was able to see into the different kind of a realm and see what was going on? Because, he wasn't only shocking the brothers, he was shocking those people that he had around him too.
Oh,
so
yeah,
he had to have had everyone going on that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, when he says, don't you know that I can cast spells? Where is that at? That's
44:15.
15, yeah. And Joseph said to them, what deed is this you have done? Did you not know that a man like me indeed whispers spells? And so I don't think Joseph did that, but the rumors probably had him doing it. And so most of the time when somebody has a reputation, it's based on half truths. I mean, they might have done somewhat of what people say, but they love to blow it out of proportion, don't they, and build a monster. And so you can just imagine all the things that the people were saying about Joseph, man. His reputation was probably, man, he could point his finger at you and you'll drop dead, this type of stuff, you know what I mean? So they just really, people do that and they build up a reputation that's mostly based on, falsehood, really. Go ahead, Sandra.
So, Brother Mark, I thought about that too, but I think he learned that from being married to that priest's daughter. He was like a black Kohanim, because they were idolatrous priests. So I think that's why he learned about whispering spells too. That's why he said that. So he had become mixed in his habits by being affiliated with them there a little bit.
Maybe because he lived there for so long.
Right.
He may have picked up some stuff from them. Maybe. But yeah, I think he still kept his belief in Yahuwah and he worshiped Yahuwah and stuff. It doesn't really say so, but obviously, man, he never took credit for interpreting dreams. He said, Yahuwah can do it. I can't do it. Yahuwah can do it.
Right.
So he knew, I think he kept his
he didn't have a silver cup then either. He was coming out of prison.
Yeah. I mean, he could have been under some influence of the culture because he lived in it for so long.
Like the children of Israel had themselves mixed when they first was brought out by Musha. Remember, they had mixed a lot of customs. They made that golden calf and stuff. So this
Oh,
is
yeah.
kind of like a type of that.
It could be. It could very well be. Go ahead, Ross.
Well, could it also have come from his mom having taken those things from her dad?
The idols of Laban.
Yeah, the idols from Laban.
The one they buried under the cherubim tree where she
Yeah.
died.
I think he would. I don't know if he was even born at that point yet.
But
She
they would
was
have.
born
He would have
to
heard the
have Benjamin.
stories.
Yeah, he may have heard stories where he may have been taught about it.
Yeah, Bilhah and Zilpah was telling them all about idolatry.
And it could
They
have been
were
inherited too. Could have been
Mhm.
inherited. Yeah. I mean, a lot of stuff they're doing seems to be inherited through their
Right.
the same thing their ancestors did, right?
Right.
It could be, man. I mean, it's just weird. It's really weird.
They was down there mixing with them Shakem and down there in Dothan and stuff down there. They had a whole lot of mixed up going on in there.
Yeah, remember when we were talking about Abraham, what Abraham did, and Isaac did the same thing, and then Jacob did the same thing, and Rachel did the same thing, and Rebecca did the same thing, Sarah and so forth. They were all barren. I mean, so yeah, there seems to be some type of inheritable characteristics here through the bloodline.
And it also shows that just because you love somebody don't mean that they're perfect. Like he loved it, Rachel, but Rachel was the one who stole those idols and stuff. So you got to be careful who you choose as a mate.
You know what kind of jumps out at me too, man, is the things that we do, like things that Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and all of them did. It is our past mistakes passed on to our children and their children? I mean, are we condemning our future generations with our sins and what our disobedience is being suffered through our children? I mean, it kind of seems like it. That's a scary thought, isn't it?
But that would be only if they didn't turn for repentance. That scripture was says to the third and fourth generation. But if you turn and teach them right, remember in what was that? Ezekiel chapter 18, if a wicked man turns from his wicked way, it's not passed on to your children. Everyone suffers for their own sins.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that they're paying the price for our sins. I'm saying that our sins is being passed on through them as a family characteristic. Doing the same stuff we
Tradition.
did.
Okay, I get it.
Seems to be what's going on here. I mean, look at it carefully. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was just going to agree with you. I mean, because when a child grows up, they watch their parents so closely. I was just watching Talitha earlier, and she's brushing her hands through her hair, and Michelle was right behind her, and she was brushing her hair exactly the same way. And neither one, she wasn't looking at her mother. She was just doing it.
Yeah, funny. Go ahead, Roz.
Oh, it's just, I was going to say the same kind of stuff as them. So it's been said. Actually, one more thing. The DNA carries it. Because whatever we do is kind of, is in our DNA. And it gets passed on.
Yeah, I know. It's almost like sin is building up through each generation, and until it's getting almost intolerable, which I think actually brings down our lifespan as well. So the more our sins pile up, the lower our lifespan goes. You know what I mean? It's just weird, man.
Well, he says he'll hold it responsible, hold us till the third and fourth generation.
Yes, it does say that. And I think maybe that's what that's referring to. I don't think it's referring to our children being punished for our sins, but being in the same characteristic as we are through the fourth and fifth generation. Because it does say that. It absolutely says it. So there has to be something there.
What I think was amazing is how he killed because he saw something evil in him, right?
He did what?
He killed that firstborn of Shua's. He saw something evil in him.
Yeah.
So he killed him.
Right.
Immediately. And then it was like the next son, I forgot his name.
Onan.
He spilled the seed. He spilled the seed. In other words, he was like into abortion. Trying not to fulfill bringing forth an inheritance.
Yeah, that's weird why he did that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's not really, to me, is really odd.
So that lets you know abortion is wrong.
I mean, why would he want to fulfill his brother's lineage? Why would he do
love? That's no love. No love.
Yeah, I mean, that's a hard one for me. It's hard to make that connection.
He don't love his brother. He didn't love him.
Yeah, I understand that, but I don't know. He's supposed to do it to pass on his brother's lineage so that his brother's inheritance wouldn't fall. He would have an inheritor, someone to inherit. So what would that be to him? What would it be to him? So what would he care? Go ahead, Roz.
The thought came about that's a Hebrew thing. That's what the Father had, instilled in everybody. But it wasn't like that for the other nations. And their mother was from another nation. And so they were probably reacting as like another nation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know if there wasn't a son, the inheritance would go to the daughter. And if there wasn't a daughter, it would go to the closest relative. So maybe he was thinking, I want to get the inheritance for myself, so I'm not going to create an heir for him. I want it myself. I mean, maybe it was being selfish. Yeah, greed,
He's just being selfish and evil.
Yeah, selfish.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't get that, how somebody could be like that. But then,
that's what flesh does.
Anymore, yeah. I mean, you can't put nothing past humans. Humans will do any kind of thing, everything you can imagine. It's really weird.
Mentality.
All right, come on, man. Let's finish the day up with 45 and we'll get off of here. Who wants to read that? Joe, go ahead, man. Do you have your hand up?
No, 45.
Oh, I will if you want me to.
Yeah, hang on. Here's Lou. He's saying Joseph and his brothers is the story of redemption in miniature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Wow.
See that. The sins of the fathers are visited on the children. Yeah. Yeah, there's something to that for sure. It really is. Okay, so let's go ahead, Joe. Go ahead and read it for us, man. 45.
And Yusuf was unable to restrain himself before all those who stood by him, and he called out, "Have everyone go out from me." So no one stood with him while Yusuf made himself known to his brothers. And he wept aloud, and the Mizrahites of the house of Pharaoh heard it. And Yusuf said to his brothers, "I am Yusuf. Is my father still alive?" But his brothers were unable to answer him, for they trembled before him. Then Yusuf said to his brothers, "Please come near to me." And when they came near, he said, "I am Yusuf, your brother, whom you sold into Mitzrayim. And now do not be grieved nor displeased with yourselves because you sold me here. For Elohim sent me before you to preserve life. For 2 years now, the scarcity of food has been in the land. And there are still 5 years in which there is neither plowing nor harvesting. And Elohim sent me before you to preserve for you a remnant in the Eretz. and to give life to you by a great escape. So then you did not send me here, but Elohim, and he has set me for a father for Pharaoh, and master of all his house, and a ruler throughout all the land of Mitzrayim.
Okay, hold on. Wow.
Yeah.
Is that amazing or is that amazing? So here we see that Joseph still maintained his relationship with Yahuwah to the point where he knew he had been given the wisdom that, hey, you guys didn't send me here, Elohim did. I mean, wow. Is that not what we've been talking about with predestination, predetermination?
That's what Yahusha said too. You're not taking my life. I'm laying it down.
That's right. Ain't nobody taking my life. I laid it down, right? And so, I mean, to me, this is mind blowing. This right here is huge. Probably the most hugest thing we've read so far in Genesis, in my opinion. But wow. And so I now do not be grieved nor displeased, number 5, with yourselves, because you showed me here, for Elohim sent me before you to preserve life. He sent me here before you to preserve life so that you could live. And you didn't do this. Elohim did this. I mean, what kind, wow, of insight does this Joseph have?
Yahuwah is working it.
Man, oh man, this is amazing to me. Go ahead, Roz.
Fast forward to today, and I think that's what he's got us and our families for, to help them come to him.
Wow. That very well could be.
Uh-huh.
So maybe we shouldn't be all mad and upset with our families and friends and stuff, so should we? Maybe we should be more understanding about it. And with this type of knowledge, we should be like Joseph. Shouldn't we? I mean, he could have had them all killed easily. He could have easily had them slaughtered, every single one of them, for what they did. But instead, he said, don't worry, don't grieve. You didn't do this. This was Yahuwah's idea. Yahuwah sent me in front of you to pave the way for you to save your life. You didn't do this. Yahuwah did it. Be happy. Rejoice. Right? And the power and the knowledge of Yahuwah, the foreknowledge of Yahuwah. Rejoice. I mean, this is just an amazing lesson here, man. Anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions with this? Go ahead, Sandra.
So I agree with both what the Ruach has spoke to both you and Sister Roz regarding this, because it's in relationship to, is it 2 Corinthians chapter 5, that we are begging for them to be restored to favor. And how do we draw them unto him? With love and kindness we were drawn. We use that same love and kindness to draw others
Mm-hmm.
that we were drawn with.
I can't help but to think or imagine what his brothers thought when he said that to them. It wasn't your fault. What do you think they thought? What was in their mind?
They were scared to death. They were feeling so
They
guilty.
were scared to death, but now I'm saying after he told them not to grieve, it's not your fault. Yahuwah did this, sent me here. You guys didn't. What do you think they thought about that?
Was it the same thing as heaping a coal, giving them a cup of water, heaping coals of fire up on their heads? Kind of, sort of.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't condemn them. He said, don't condemn yourself.
Anybody got any idea of what these brothers would have thought? All right, put yourself in their shoes. Say you were one of them and you heard him say that. You're trembling, especially when he says, I'm Joseph, your brother. They started trembling before him. Why? Why did he said, look here, back up in 3. And Joseph said to his brothers, I am Joseph. Is my father still alive? But his brothers were unable to answer him, for they trembled before him. Why? They should have relaxed. Oh, it's our brother. Why did they start trembling? Go ahead, Ross.
Because they knew what they would do if they were him.
Yeah, they knew he had every right to kill him for what they did. That they feared he would take revenge.
Mm-hmm.
Did they not?
Yeah.
They were fearing for their life, is why they were trembling. So here they are. Now they know it's Joseph, who they did dirty. And now they're scared to death for their lives because they know that he has every reason in the world to kill him. And so they're trembling. They're scared to death. And he says, don't grieve. It's not your fault. Yahuwah sent me here. You didn't. Yahuwah did. What do you think happened to, what's going on in their mind now?
They were blood guilty.
So they did this to Joseph. I mean, they wanted to kill him, right? Go ahead, Ross.
Well, the fact that they did all of this, I lost my train of thought of what I was going to say, but they were also, I think, worried about their relationship with Yahuwah at this time, because they know that he is in control of everything and that they were used for bad to go against their brother who was good. And so, that's what came in to me.
Yeah.
The feeling.
Yeah, me too. Go ahead, fellas.
Before Sister Roz so beautifully answered the question so completely, all esteem to Yahuwah, I was going to say that they realized at that moment that they were guilty of a sin unto death, and they weren't worthy of life.
Oh, very good, fellas. Very good. Yeah, and so you can imagine if we put ourselves in their shoes, man. They did an act of hateful. They did a hateful act, right? An abomination. They wanted to kill their brother, man. And they sold him into slavery and lied to the dad, put the dad through all that misery. They used the love of Joseph had for them against him because he was bringing them food, man, because he loved his brothers. And yet, instead of appreciating his service to them, they wanted to kill him, and they showed him into slavery. So they used his love against. It was an act against love. It was a violation of the universal law of love, is what they did. And so now all of a sudden, they saw Joseph, who had every right to do what they did and throw them in a pit, sell them into slavery, or perhaps even kill them, show them love. And so this must have been a shocker to their system, man. How this must have changed them almost immediately. Can you just see their minds changing, given a change of consciousness at this point? Go ahead, Sandra.
Well, I hate to say this, but I got to tell the truth because I read it. That didn't change them very much, because when their daddy died, they was plotting again how they should try to make up for him, because they lied and said, my father told me to do such and such a thing to you. because of what you had did to him. So I don't think they changed very much. But I think they were grateful and relieved.
Okay. But I'm talking more about the moment, but that's okay. Go ahead, Ross.
Maybe at that moment they felt the remorse and the knowing also that their lives were not in their own hands, that they were in the hands of the Father Yahuwah, that they were used for this. Again, I'm going back to what I was saying before, but maybe that they were also delivered at this point. And then they, because the Father will harden the heart and soften the heart just like he did with Pharaoh. He does that with us too, and with people around us. I've seen it.
Yeah. And so, can you imagine? Well, we've got to go on here, but they're given the task to go bring the father. So now all of a sudden they got to go tell their dad they lied. Yeah, that he's still alive. And the dad. I mean, he could have said, "You little liars," and he could have done something to them too, But yet he shows love as well toward them. So their system must have been in shock, in my opinion. But let's read on and find out what happens to them. Go ahead, Joe. We can't hear you.
Sorry. Hurry and go up to my father and say to him, thus says your son Yusuf, Elohim has made me master of all Mitzrayim. Come down to me, do not delay. And you shall dwell in the land of Goshen and be near to me, you and your children, your children's children, your flocks and your herds and all that you have. And I shall provide for you there, lest you and your household and all that you have come to poverty, because 5 years of scarcity of food are still to come. And look, your eyes and the eyes of my brother Benjamin see that it is my mouth that speaks to you. And you shall inform my father of all my esteem in Mitzrayim, and of all that you have seen. And you shall hurry and bring my father down here. And he fell on his brother Benjamin's neck and wept, and Benjamin wept on his neck. And he kissed all his brothers and wept over them. And after that, his brothers spoke with him. And the report of it was heard by the house of Pharaoh, saying, the brothers of Yusuf have come. And it was good in the eyes of Pharaoh and in the eyes of his servants. And Pharaoh said to Yusuf, say to your brothers, do this, load your beast and go, enter the land of Canaan, and take your father and your households and come to me. And I will give you the best of the land of Mitzrayim, and you eat the fat of the land. And you have been commanded to do this. You have been commanded, do this. Take wagons out of the land of Mitzrayim for your little ones and your wives, and you shall bring your father and come. And do not be concerned about your goods, for the best of all the land of Mitzrayim is yours. And the sons of Israel did so, and Yusuf gave them wagons, according to the command of Pharaoh, and he gave them food for the journey. He gave to all of them, to each man, changes of garments. But to Benjamin he gave 300 pieces of silver and 5 changes of garments. And he sent to his father 10 donkeys loaded with the best of Mitzrayim, and 10 female donkeys loaded with grain and bread and food for his father for the journey. So he sent his brothers away, and they left. And he said to them, do not quarrel along the way. And they went out of Mitzrayim and came to the land of Canaan to Jacob their father. And they told him, saying, Yusuf is still alive, and he is governor over all the land of Mitzrayim. And Jacob's heart ceased, and he did not believe them. But when they spoke to him all the words which Yusuf had spoken to them, and when he saw the wagons which Yusuf had sent to transport him, the ruach of Jacob, their father, revived. And Israel said, enough, my son Yusuf is still alive. Let me go and see him before I die.
All right, Joe. Thank you. Okay, so wow, huh? And they didn't reveal to him. He told him what they did. But this is an amazing thing. So he says, it's enough that my son's alive. Let's get going. He didn't care about any of the other stuff. In here again, he gives a lot more to Benjamin than everybody else. 300 pieces of silver and 10 and 5 changes of clothes. And they get 24. So he sent his brothers away, and they left, and he said to them, do not quarrel along the way. What do you think he was insinuating here? Fellas?
They were going to start the blame game and yelling at whose idea was what to do what. And Reuben, of course, could have a lot to say to him.
Right. Exactly. Amazing, huh? Anybody else have any thoughts, comments, or questions at all?
I bet they quarreled anyway.
I'd say they probably had a couple choice words for each other. Go ahead, Ross.
I don't know if you said this before, but they didn't tell the father that they had done it. They just said that Joseph is alive.
Yeah.
So the whole truth didn't come out. But then Joseph had already told them it didn't matter because Yahuwah had done it all.
Right.
No matter what had been done. So,
Yeah.
And then Yaakov is so happy that his son is alive that it didn't matter anything else that happened. He just wanted his son.
Yeah, Jacob didn't care about nothing. He just wanted to go see Joseph before he died. Wanted to lay eyes on him again. Let's
So
see.
it fulfills the dream, right? That he told them when he left 37 years ago. It fulfills the dreams that Yusuf had.
Yeah, that fulfilled the 5th dream. Right, it finally became a reality. So all his dreams were interpreted properly. And in verse 45:4, then Joseph said to his brothers, "Please come near to me." And when they came, he said, "I'm Joseph, your brother, whom you sold into Mitzrayim." And so he revealed it to them. But I don't know if it went any further than that, ever. I mean, I don't know if Jacob ever found out the truth or not. I don't know. We'll find out as we read on, I guess, but I don't think he did. So they must have kept it to themselves. And you could see that Joseph had long forgiven them, and he wasn't holding any grudges at all. And he even said it told them, he released them, of even their guilt by telling them, hey, you didn't do this, Yahuwah did it, and so that would have been a great relief to them as far as guilt goes. You know what I mean? So, and say somebody said, you're the first one that mentioned it, it's your fault. And then he could have said, well, Joseph said it was Elohim who done it. So what could I have done? So he basically handed them an excuse, didn't they? Way out. So do not quarrel along the way. Joseph, that says Jacob didn't believe him, until he saw all the stuff. And then he believed him. Okay, so what is this? Without going reading any farther, what's going on at this point, do you think? I mean, there's 5 years left of the famine. They're packing up and heading for Egypt. what happens now? Go ahead, Ross.
Is it kind of showing them what's going to happen in the, at the end? That they're going to get all this with the Father, Yahuwah?
Oh.
That
could be, yeah.
as a foretelling of like, you're going to get the best of everything.
Mhm.
You're with me.
Could be, yeah. It could be a reunification with the spiritual father. Yeah, it could be. Could be.
So you saying like saving the best for the last? Is that what you're saying, Sister Rod?
Mm-hmm.
Saving the best for the last.
Kind
Yeah.
of.
Showing them that there is more than just what's here on this earth.
Mm-hmm. Good, Joe.
I was just thinking they probably couldn't get to Joseph fast enough. They were so excited.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure Jacob was double timing. He was probably pushing them pretty hard to get back over there. And, amazingly, Pharaoh agrees with all this because he's really appreciating Joseph's contribution. And so he's more than eager to reward him for his contribution and bring his family over there and give them the best of the best that Egypt has. The best land, the most fertile land, everything. The best of the best, right? Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I thought it was curious here in verse 8. It says, and he has set me for a father to Pharaoh. So that makes me wonder if Pharaoh was younger than Joseph. A lot of the pharaohs then were put on the throne when they were very young. So he could have viewed Joseph as his father. That is just crazy.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. Pharaoh maybe had been a boy, all we know.
That would follow along with the whole idea of him saying, "You're second, here's my ring," kind of like, "You take over. I'm scared to death."
Yeah. I'm just a boy, man. Take over. Help me out there. Go ahead, Sam.
So I was wondering, that is the difference between this Pharaoh and the one that came afterwards, is the difference between as sin increased, the difference in the rulers. You just understand, this Pharaoh, he has sense enough to be grateful that Yusuf was able to interpret that dream. The next Pharaoh didn't even know anything about that dream and its occasion and how the Israelites got to Goshen. That's because sin had multiplied, selfishness. So it's a difference there in the good and the evil between the two pharaohs. But it was also Yahuwah's plan being worked out, right?
What's that?
I say it's also Yahuwah's plan being worked out, because that's where he wanted them for 430 years until he brought the deliverer Musha.
So they were a slave in Egypt for 400 years. So how'd they get the other 30? Go ahead, Ross.
I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So they were slaves for 400 years. How'd they get the other 30 years? It says people say 430 years. Where are they getting that from?
I remembered what it was. Didn't he have friends that told them to go against the Hebrews? He had friends that said, to make them do more work, to take them and make them do that they have to go and make their own bricks and gather their own straw and everything like that, right?
Yeah. Well,
that was later on.
And then that's later on with Moses, yeah. So here at this point, they're being treated really well. And they're going into the Wadi of Egypt there, and they're going to settle in the most fertile land of Egypt, and so and get all the best of the best stuff. And so Joseph, the brothers, everybody, they go there and they live there for 30 years, and then the Pharaoh dies, and the new Pharaoh comes in, and he don't remember anything about Joseph's contributions or could care less. All he's saying is, hey, look at these people, living here on our land. Let's make slaves out of them. So he's seeing a bunch of squatters. Look at these Hebrew dogs. They're squatting on our best fertile land. Let's go make slaves out. Let's capture, make slaves out of them. And so now all of a sudden, they go from the top of the mountain peak down to the lowest of the valley of death, and they become slaves for 400 years. Okay, and so that's what's going to happen here. But right now, they're on top of the mountain, and they're going to be living high off the hog for 30 years. That's where the 430 years comes from. So in other words, it isn't that they were slaves for 430 years, but they resided in Egypt for 430 years. 30 years as guests, 400 years as slaves. That's where the 430 years comes from. Okay, any other thoughts, comments, or questions on chapter 45? A very powerful chapter. Any thoughts, comments, questions on any of the chapters we went over today? Okay, looks like next week we're going to probably finish Genesis off. At least it looks like we will. But you never know, but it looks like we will at this point. And so that'll be a good one next week. We'll be able to finish off Genesis. Any comments, thoughts, questions at all today? Sandra?
I was wondering, is this hasn't this to do anything that Yahuwah say he's going to deliver us from the furnace of affliction? So through affliction is how we going through afflictions is how we really get our deliverance, complete deliverance. That's the way he does it.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely, look at all the stuff that they've done up to that point. And so, yeah, they were going to have to be afflicted and for their disobedience. But they never forgot about Yahuwah, but I think they were heavily influenced by the Egyptian culture they found themselves in, because I think they learned a lot of bad habits and bad things by living there among the Egyptians who were, big time pagans. I mean, big time. They had, worship.
It's just like the way we are today. It's like the way we are today as a whole.
Oh, yeah. They had Ra, the big sun deity, and all that garbage. But they were highly influenced by the Egyptians, I'm sure. But they never forgot Yahuwah. We know that because Moses even said, when I go tell them all this, and they're going to say, well, what's his name? And which I say, So Yahuwah knew that they knew his name. And so when Moses said the name, the Hebrew, perked up, and they knew how does this? They were seeing Moses as an Egyptian prince, and they're like, how did this guy know the secret name? So then they said, well, he must have talked to Elohim. He knows his name. So anyway, Any more questions, comments, thoughts?
So
last
in
night? Go ahead.
so in verse 13, Barashith, chapter 15, Genesis 15, he told this to Abram, and he said to Abram, know for certain that your seed are sojourners in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. But the nations whom they serve, I am going to judge, and afterward let them come out with great possessions. That's a prophecy, and it's going to be fulfilled. Now it's being fulfilled.
Yeah.
I'd like to thank Yahuwah for showing the 30 years was not in captivity, but the 400 years was in slavery. Thank you for teaching me that today, Brother Mark.
All steam to Yahusha.
And Sister Phyllis and Brother Roz, Sister Roz, I learned a lot. I learned a lot from listening to you guys. Thank you.
All steam to Yahusha.
It's all on all sides. You know, I've learned a lot too. Is that's how Yahuwah teaches, is through others. He teaches through the word, through others, and through the Ruach, all of those. And that's a wonderful thing, how he does.
Yeah. Good. Sandra.
Well, I have a song I want to sing because it was sort of like part of your teaching on Ephesians last night, but it was a word of encouragement from Sister Marana. She sent this to me in text, but I think it is such a beautiful song. It's in Tehillim, chapter 92. It's kind of like a summarization. It says, I'm not sure about the tune here. Father, I pray in the name of Yahushua, bless their ears to tolerate the singing. It is good to give thanks to Yahuwah and to sing praises to your name, Most High. Hallelujah. Praise Yahuwah, for his kindness is everlasting. Todah atah Yahuwah, to declare your kindness in the morning and your trustworthiness each la on 10 strings and on the harp to the sounding chords of the lyre. For you have made me rejoice with your work. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Oh, Yahuwah, I shout for joy at the works of your hand. Oh, Yahuwah, how great are your works, for you are great. Your thoughts are very deep. A senseless man does not know, and a fool does not understand this. When the wrongs spring up like grass, and all the workers of wickedness blossom, it is for them to be destroyed forever. But you, Yahuwah, on high forever. For look, your enemies, oh, Yahuwah, for look, your enemies do perish. All the workers of wickedness are scattered. but you lift up your horn. Say, but you lift up my horn. This is Yahushua. Like a wild ox, I have been anointed. We oil, and my eyes look upon my enemy. My ears hear the evil doers who rise up against me. The righteous one flourishes like a palm tree. He grows like a cedar in Lebanon. Those who are planted, Ani Hagapin, Hata, Natsarim. Those who are planted in the house of Yahuwah, flourish in the courts of our Elohim. They shall bear fruit in old age. They are fresh and green to declare that Yahuwah is straight. My rock, in him is no lawlessness. It's a beautiful song. Hallelujah. Praise
Hallelujah.
Phyllis is looking
Sorry.
for the mark.
What?
Phyllis said she needs the link, please. I think she wants to come back in. There we have her.
Send it. I seen her. I knew she needed it. All right. Okay, man. Cool. That was nice. Okay. No more questions about today's study. Comments, thoughts, anything at all? Anything you're
I
holding
want to
back?
say something.
Don't grieve the Ruach. Go ahead, Roz.
This isn't a general thing to Yasharel. There's a lot of people that need patience because the Father has had the longest amount of patience to have to wait on us to come to him. And anybody that you find that is not knowing what you're doing, knowing what the Father is teaching, have patience. You know, we are to have patience with them. And also, they should be having patience with us because if they're part of Yasharel, then they should be having patience. That would be a fruit of the Spirit to look at of what they're not doing. Because I had something come up today, and it's like, you know, and I even told that person that they needed to have patience, you know. So, but that's in general with a lot of people. If they find something with a person, that they will block them because they don't feel like they're on the with the Father.
Point.
Yeah.
Good point.
So I've seen it.
You just said.
Huh?
That's a beautiful song you just said. Have patience.
Oh.
They that wait up on you, he shall renew your strength. Oh, that was beautiful.
Anyway, I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Anybody
Thank
else?
you, sister.
Anybody else? Don't grieve the Ruach.
Well, anytime you want to talk any more about Ephesians, I'm all for it.
Me too.
Oh, that brings up the question. Is there any questions about last night's study then? Ephesians is an amazing letter. I mean, it's, boy, Paul was laying it down, wasn't he? Unbelievable. I think that's one of his best letters. I mean, they are great, but I mean, I like Colossians too. I mean, it's really good as well. Second Thessalonians is great too. They're all good, man.
When Diana was brought up last night, it reminded me there's so much, I've said it, there's so much evilness in New Orleans area. The Audubon Zoo has got what they call the Diana Pond, which is it's got the statue of Diana, which would be the statue that you were talking about last night. And, you know, there's a lot of these places that have got these statues. And you're thinking, oh, it's just a statue, you know, it doesn't really mean anything. But it does. It really does mean a lot of things when they have these things on their property. And, you know, you've got these children coming up and looking at these things. So
Yeah.
That's a
it
good
just
point.
disgusted me. Huh?
I said that's a good point because,
Mhm.
you know, we can think that statues are nothing, but we don't know what kind of impression
Mm-mm.
that would leave somebody else.
Mhm.
Violation of the second commandment.
Mhm.
Yeah. You know, they had that big statue at the seaport coming in there, right? Into the harbor. Same as we got the Statue of Liberty coming into the harbor
Yes.
of New York. And then
Yes.
that Smith, that silversmith guy, he was making all that money off of making little tiny duplicates of the statue and selling them, right, to tourists and
Right.
stuff, right? They would take that little statue home and put it in their house. Well, the same thing they do with the Statue of Liberty. They make those little tiny replicas of the Statue of Liberty, sell them, make a lot of money off of that. It's just amazing, really. The parallel's spooky. It really is.
Look at what they do with the flag. They sell
Yeah.
the little flags.
Yeah, they do.
And the cross and the statues of Mary. For the love of money is the root to all evil.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sad they turned Mary into a pagan goddess, you know. It's kind of sad they do that, but they do. You know, they turn her into the queen of heaven. It's kind of sickening, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
They have that. They call that the Assumption of Mary. And what they say is she was forever virgin, and then she was taken into heaven bodily in her fleshly body. She didn't die, and she's up there answering prayers and controlling heaven, you know, along with Yahusha, you know, her son, which they say he was taken bodily as well. Yeah, we all know that ain't right. So, yeah, they turned Mary into a pagan goddess as well. Kind of sickening, but they do that. There's all kinds of different ideologies about Mary flying around out there, different sects. That's just one of them. I mean, they go beyond that. You know, all kinds of stuff about her. So, there's even one of them, and I can't remember what denomination teaches it, but they teach that Mary even died and laid in a tomb. They placed her in the same tomb as Yahusha, and after 3 days and 3 nights, she was resurrected and ascended like Yahusha. You know, and they teach that too. So just a bunch of crazy stuff. But to me, as far as Mary goes, we never, after the Ruach HaKodesh came down on the 120 in the upper chamber, remember at Shabboth or Pentecost, and she was in that upper chamber with the 120. And well, after that, we don't hear anything else about Mary. That's it for Mary. Scripture doesn't mention her anymore. So we really don't know. But my opinion of it is, might be a little bit boring, but my boring opinion is that she either stayed in Jerusalem or she went back to Nazareth and she grew old and enjoyed her grandchildren, grew old and died. And she's buried in a tomb somewhere waiting on the first resurrection or the second resurrection. That's my opinion. I know it's a little bit boring, but that's what I think.
But you can bet if they found her tomb, they're sure not going to let us know.
That's for sure. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions about last night's study, Ephesians, or anything you want to share? that came to your mind? Lou says it was an amazing study, especially the explanation of works. John says, sorry, Roz, I lack patience. Oh, Misty, come on, man. The Pharaoh got a friend because they multiplied and prospered so huge of a group of people, and he became like a communist dictator. Diana is a name directly related to the Latin divinus, meaning divine or goddess. Let's see if there's any questions. You guys see any questions here in the chat room? Everyone. Did they ever tell Joseph they were sorry? Probably. I don't think it's recorded in scripture, though. I'd say they probably did, though. Just my opinion. Here's one. What is the secret name? Well, the secret name is in Exodus. That would be Exodus, page 77, if you have a BYNV. And it would go from, I'm going to say Exodus 3. Probably 3:13 down to 3:16. Okay. So it says, and Moshe said to Elohim, see, when I come to the children of Yisrael and say to them, the Elohim of your fathers has sent me to you, and they say to me, what is his name? What shall I say to them? So this tells you that Moshe didn't know. And Elohim said to Moshe, Ahaya Asher Ahaya, which means I will be who I will be. Or singular, it means I will be there. Just Ahaya. Okay. And he said, thus you shall say to the children of Yisrael, Ahaya has sent me to you. Now, this isn't his name. This is the definition of his name. And so what he's given Moshe here is the definition of his name. This is what my name means. It means I will be who I will be. Asha, Ahaya, Asher, Ahaya. If you just say Ahaya, that means I will be there. Okay. And then Yah by itself, if you would extract Yah from Ahaya, then that means I am in the singular. Okay, and only Yahuwah can say that. We can't say I am. He's the only one that can say that I am. So that in the singular, Yah's I am, if you extract it from Ahaya, which means I will be there. Okay. And then if you continue to read in context, which I highly recommend that you always do, it says, Ahaya has sent me to you. It's this definition of his name. And Elohim said further to Moshe, thus you shall say to the children of Yisrael, Yahuwah Elohim of your fathers, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Yitzchak, and the Elohim of Jacob, has sent me to you. This is my name forever, and this is my remembrance to all generations. Go, and you shall gather the elders of Yisrael together and say to them, Yahuwah Elohim of your fathers, the Elohim of Abraham, of Yitzchak, and Jacob, appeared to me, saying, I have indeed visited you and seen what is done to you in Mitzrayim. So there you go. The secret name is Yahuwah. Go ahead, Chandra.
So, Brother Mark, in Barashith, chapter 50, his brother, 48, I think, his brothers gave him a underhanded apology. I call it underhanded because it's not written that their fathers. It says, and when you 50 verse 15, and when Yusuf's brothers saw that their father was dead, they said, "What if Yusuf hates us and pays us back all the evil which he did to him?" And they sent word to Yusuf, saying, "Before your father died, he commanded, saying, this is what you say to Yusuf. I beg you, please forgive the transgression of your brothers and their sin, for they did evil to you. And now, please forgive the transgression of your servants of Elohim, of your father."
There you go. So yeah, um, you don't really say that they apologize, but absolutely, their dad is telling them to, you know, that they should forgive each other, whatever. We'll get into that later on sometime.
Yeah.
I like this what Jilly says. So then our response should be to "I will be there." Our response should be "Here I am." Wow, that's really good because that's what you should do. Here I am. Right? That's what they all, you would call on them. They would say, "Here I am." And that's an amazing thought, really, Jill. Really, really cool.
Some
Yeah.
interpretations say, "Here am I," and reverse the "I am" to "am I."
Here am I.
Mm-hmm.
Here I am. Oh, here I am sounds more like something I would say. I mean, here am I. Here am I. Well, either way, I think it's okay. I don't see. I don't go, nuts over words like some people do. Just I think it's it's an overreach sometimes, beyond what is necessary. And it's just me though. I mean, I know some people freak out over words. I don't. But here Lewis saying Mary didn't come back as burnt toast or crying statues, and Misty has no clue what he's talking about. And then Lou says people are infatuated with images of Mary on toast, and crying statues of her are a huge part of a relic worship that goes on around the Catholic world. Yeah. So there was a lady. On the internet, they were showing this. They had made toast, and when the toast came up, there seemed to be in the burnt part of the toast an image of a woman, an outline of a woman, and of course they said it was Mary, and they were running around saying, "Oh, Mary appeared on this burnt toast," and which was totally ridiculous. But I remember them doing that. That was quite a while ago. But then there was this craze going around. That these statues were crying tears, Mary statues, and it was pretty big. I mean, there's a lot of people were saying that, and then so I just happened to be in a place one time where they had they had a big sign, and they advertised that it was the smallest Catholic church in the world, a little tiny building, and so that people would go in there and they would look inside the smallest Catholic church in the world. And of course they would leave money, right, in the coffer. Well, they came out with this statue in the smallest church, Catholic church in the world, was crying tears of blood were streaming down her face, right? And so people were going there and they giving this little church all kinds of money, right? So I said, I just happened to be there. So I'm going to go in there and look, And so I went in there, and there was a little statue of Mary up front. And I sat there for a while just watching and watching. Well, where's the blood? Where's the tears? And it never did it in front of me. So I can't ever say that it really happened. But I know that little church made a lot of money off of that. That I do know.
Well, it all goes back to Rome. Every dollar heads back to Rome.
Oh, you better. Well, I don't know about every dollar, but yeah, they definitely get
Most
their.
of it.
They get their percentage. That's for sure.
It's the biggest part of it. After Katrina, they
I don't know
closed
what
so
the
many
percentage is.
Catholic churches down. And that was the time that they should have been keeping the churches around because there were so many people displaced and everything, but they didn't.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not Catholic, so.
I
They're
was.
saying that 10 to 20% gets sent back to the Vatican from every Catholic church. Around 10 to 20%. That's still a lot of money. A lot of Catholic churches in the world, man, bringing in big bucks.
Mhm.
And then there were the little girls that said that Mary appeared to them, and Mary talked to them. I don't know if you guys remember that. That was
Mhm.
quite a while back. And then Mary appeared in the sky. I mean, I saw all kinds of stuff people say about Mary, but it's just sad to me that they have to, make a pagan goddess out of Mary. I mean, it's ridiculous. Something about humans, they just have to have a hero. You ever notice that? They've got to have somebody to look up to. They're just not happy unless they have to have some type of hero or something.
It's because of our programming since birth.
Mhm.
That's why. That's how we've been
Well,
trained.
from the time we're children, they have those cartoons with heroes, Superman, Spider-Man,
I
all
hate to
that.
interrupt, guys, but we're gonna have to go. I've just got a big surprise. Our son has just drove in from Memphis to be with us for the weekend. So it's a big surprise. I'm having all the children. All the children are coming over tomorrow, and
Oh, cool.
I think he was going to get to come, and we're just so excited because we just wanted some family time together.
Sounds like fun to me.
It's a big family, so it's hard to get everyone together. So,
Right. You should have told me. I'd have come too.
Oh, you can.
I've heard about how good your cooking is, so I had to head out there myself.
So we're gonna head out of here. And
y'all want to do the priestly blessing, or just want to head out?
I did.
It's up to you. Okay. All right, Joe. Let's do it, man.
Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them.
Baruch haba Bashem.
Baruch haba B'Shem Yahuwah.
Sandra, good.
Love you all. Thanks for sharing your love.
Have fun.
This is Wesley, by the way.
Yeah, this is Wesley.
Wesley.
All right, we love you guys.
We love you too. Thank you.
That's funny. We just met a lady last week, I think, my wife and I, and she had 5 kids, or no, 4 kids. One of them was named Wesley, like that one, and the other one was Easley. Is that funny? Wesley and Easley.
Wesley and Easley. Love you, Sister Roz. Be encouraged.
I love you too, and you be encouraged too.
Roz,
Yes, ma'am.
Can you stay on for a minute?
Sure.
Okay, don't go anywhere.
Okay.
See y'all next week.